Hey everyone. Welcome tonight. If your heart feels a little tired today, you're in the right place. Sit back, relax, and let these healing love songs stay with you through the night. Whether you're studying, working, missing someone, or just trying to sleep peacefully, you're not alone here. Let's spend this night together.
Coffee got cold on the counter again. Your keys still hung where they always had been. You move like two ghosts in rooms we once filled, with laughter that died when the silence got real. I kept watering plants that had already died. Told myself one more season, one more try. I fixed every crack in the walls we had built, while the foundation beneath us had already wilted. I stayed too long where love had left, clinging to echoes of what we once had, sleeping beside strangers who wore your face, waiting for warmth in an empty embrace. I stayed too long where love had left, hoping the ashes would somehow catch flame again. We still said good morning and how was your day, but the words felt borrowed and drifted away. I laughed at your stories I no longer knew, pretending the distance wasn't tearing me through. I counted the nights by the space in the bed, traced every promise that you never kept. I held on to reasons that no longer made sense, while my heart kept paying a long overdue rent. I stayed too long where love had left, collecting the pieces of what we once were, kissing a memory that no longer burned, learning the hardest truth I never learned. I stayed too long where love had left, and I'm finally seeing what I should have left. Now the mirror shows someone I barely recognize, eyes full of questions and quiet goodbyes. I gave all my seasons to a winter that stayed, loved you in places where love had decayed. It's time I forgave the girl who held on, for believing in something already gone. I stayed too long where love had left, but today I'm walking said, this isn't working, like checking out of a hotel. No trembling voice, no tears, no fight at all to tell. I stood there waiting for you to change your mind, but you just packed your courage and left it all behind. I searched your eyes for any sign of regret, for any part of you that wasn't ready yet. But you had already made peace with letting go, while I was still drowning in the afterglow. The love that didn't fight to stay was the one that hurt the most. In its own quiet way, you walked away so gently, like it never really mattered. Left me holding memories that were already shattered. The love that didn't fight to stay taught me I deserve a love that begs me not to leave. We built a home together, planted roots so deep, but when the storms came, you just chose to fall asleep. No raised voices, no desperate last attempt, just calm acceptance of our ending. I would have fought the oceans, I would have burned the sky, I would have torn the world apart to keep us alive. But you looked at forever and simply said goodbye, with the kind of peace that made me want to cry. The love that didn't fight to stay slipped through my fingers on an ordinary day. You didn't scream, you didn't break, you didn't even try. Just dim the lights and whispered it was time. The love that didn't fight to stay left the deepest scars I've ever known. Maybe you were braver for accepting what was gone, or maybe you never loved me like the love in every song. I'll never understand how someone walks away so clean from everything we were, from everything we'd been. But I know now that real love doesn't leave without a war. It fights until there's nothing left worth fighting for. The love that didn't fight to stay showed me what I'll never settle for again. I want the kind of love that storms through pouring rain, that holds me when it's hardest, that calls out my name. The love that didn't fight to stay is teaching me to never love that way. The love that didn't fight to stay is finally teaching The world keeps talking, laughing, moving on outside, but inside my chest there's a quiet I can't hide. Your footsteps faded weeks ago down the hallway floor, yet the echo in my soul keeps asking for more. I smile when they ask how I've been, say I'm okay like it's truth I believe in, but they don't hear the absence ringing loud and clear. The space you left behind that no one else comes near, the silence you left behind in me is louder than any scream, heavier than the sea. It lives between my heartbeats, it sleeps where you used to be, a hollow kind of quiet that no one else can see. The silence you left behind in me is the loudest thing I've ever known. I still set the table for two out of habit. Sometimes play our favorite songs just to fill the air with light. The days are full of noise, the nights are even worse, because nothing fills the place where your voice used to live. I've tried drowning it out with music, with people, with time, but the stillness you created follows every step of mine. It's not the missing of your touch that breaks me down the most. It's this endless empty quiet where I forever used to coast. The silence you left behind in me is a cathedral of nothing, where our love used to sing. It rings in every sunrise, it whispers every evening, a beautiful disaster that only I can feel. too, like nothing had changed at all. Your shirt was still hanging where you left it last week. I didn't know forever had ended in our sleep. I laughed at our old photos, traced your name on the glass. Never saw the goodbye coming, never felt it pass. My heart was still bled in our next 100 days, while yours was already walking away. I was still loving you yesterday. Full force, wide open, no walls in the way. Giving you tomorrows I thought we'd both claim. I was still loving you yesterday, before the world rearranged. We spoke like always, casual and light. You smiled at my jokes, but your eyes weren't quite right. I missed every signal, every crack in your tone. Too busy loving you to notice I was alone. I saved the last text like it meant something more. Held every I love you like it wasn't closing a door. My heart kept believing in the us we became, while you were already changing the game. I was still loving you yesterday, with every piece of me in every single way, dreaming of forever, saying your name like a prayer. I was still loving you yesterday, when you were no longer there. How do you go from everything to nothing overnight? From we to me without a warning light. I gave you my always, you gave me today. Now I'm learning how to live with yesterday. I was still loving you yesterday, even as you let the feeling slip away. I'll carry that love like a scar I won't hide, until the hurting learns how to say goodbye. I was still loving you yesterday, but today I start loving you instead. I was still loving you yesterday, and that has to be enough for both of us. You kept walking forward while I stood still in place, holding fragments of our yesterday on my tired face. You said the chapter's over, turn the page with ease, but I'm still reading every line on my knees. I replayed every moment like it could bring you back, kept the lights on low on the same old track. You were already somewhere new, breathing different air, while I was rooted where we used to care. I stayed where you lost me, in the ruins of love you no longer see, clinging to the echo of who we used to be. You moved on so lightly, but I'm still not free. I stayed where you lost me, long after you left me. You smile in new photos like the past never hurt. I still taste your goodbye in every quiet word. We became two timelines running side by side, yours racing ahead, mine frozen in time. I watered memories that refused to grow, spoke to ghosts of you I refused to let go. You learned to live without the weight of us, while I carried both our hearts because I must. I stayed where you lost me, in the middle of the story you already closed, loving a version of you that no longer shows. You found tomorrow, I'm still saying almost. I stayed where you lost me, the loneliest place I know. One day I'll understand the courage it will take to leave the spot where my heart learned to break, to walk away from the place you stopped loving me, and finally choose the woman I'm still trying to be. Tonight I'm still here where our story ends, between what was real and what you call just friends. I stayed where you lost me, but I feel the first light breaking through the gray, slowly learning there's life beyond this pain. I won't stay forever in the love you betrayed. I stayed where you lost me, my one finding my way. coffee's cold, the steam has turned to gold. I'm haunting rooms where I loved you the most. Your keys are gone, but the scent of you remains. Like a summer storm that forgot to bring the rain. I check my phone, searching for a digital trace, but there's only static in this empty space. Was the silence a mercy or a blade? A quiet exit from the life we made. I'm reaching out into the midnight blue, but my fingers only find the ghost of you. And you let go without saying goodbye. Left me reaching for a reason in a hollow sky. No final curtain, no closing of the door, just a sudden absence on the kitchen floor. You're a finished chapter I didn't get to read. The loudest silence is the one I didn't need. I walk the streets where shadows used to dance. Now I'm a stranger in a world of second chance. You left your watch ticking on the bedside shelf, as if you're frozen while I loosen myself. Every forever turned to never mind. In the blink of an eye, I was left behind. Did you rehearse your flight in the dark? Leaving no footprint, leaving no spark. I'm screaming questions at a wall of stone, letting the weight of being truly alone. 'Cause you let go without saying goodbye. Left me reaching for a reason in a hollow sky. No final curtain, no closing of the door, just a sudden absence on the kitchen floor. You're a finished chapter I didn't get to read. The loudest silence is the one I didn't need. They say closure is a gift you give yourself, but I can't take your memory off the shelf. I trade 1,000 I love yous for one goodbye, just to know the moment that our fire had to die. Give me the wreckage, give me the bitter end. Just don't leave me broken with no heart to mend. Why did you let go without saying goodbye? refuse to diminish without a word, without a sign. You crossed the border, you drew the line. Quietly, you just let go. We stop finishing each other's sentences at night. Your hand no longer searched for mine under the light. The coffee we shared grew colder between our words, while the laughter we once had became something unheard. Small things started fading, one unnoticed thread at a time. Good mornings turned polite, good nights lost their rhyme. We walked around the cracks we pretended not to see. Two people still together, but no longer. Strangers on familiar ground, we fell apart in quiet ways, and the silence heard louder than any words could say. We still sat on the same couch, watched the same old show, but the space between our bodies started to grow. You'd reach for the remote instead of reaching for me. I'd smile like it didn't feel like losing gravity. I kept telling myself it was only a passing cloud, that love like ours could never fell apart in quiet ways, and in the quiet I found my way. You stopped planning summer, stopped talking about we. I still circle dates on the calendar quietly. You'd fall asleep early, I lie awake instead, building futures in my head while you were already ahead. I saw the signs in every shortened reply, in the way your laughter no longer reached your eyes. But I kept lighting candles in a house going dark, hoping one more spark could restart our heart. I kept hoping after you stopped clinging to pieces of a love you'd already dropped. I whispered maybe tomorrow to the empty side of the bed, while you were learning how to live without what we had. I kept hoping after you stopped loving harder when the loving had already dropped. You started saying I need space like it was gentle news. I started filling silence with every excuse I could use. We still share the same songs, but the meaning had changed. I sang along louder like the words could rearrange. I held every memory like a lifeline in the storm. Told myself your distance was only temporary warm. Every I'm fine from you cut a little more deep, while I kept planting seeds in ground that wouldn't keep. I kept hoping after you stopped watering flowers in a garden you had already left, believing in the version of us I saw in my chest, while you were quietly packing up the rest. I kept hoping after you stopped, until hope became the heaviest thing I'd ever held. And now I understand the cruelty of holding on alone, of fighting for a story when the author had gone home. I gave my tomorrows to someone who stopped dreaming mine, and in the end, the only heart still breaking was mine. It's time I learned that hoping without two hearts won't save what was already buried in an early grave. I kept hoping after you stopped, but today I'm laying all that hoping down. No more chasing echoes in this empty town. I'm choosing me where you once stood around. I kept hoping after you stopped. Now I'm hoping for a love that won't And in the silence I finally start to We were lying in the dark, your arm across my waist. But something in your breathing had already changed its pace. The room felt colder, though the heater hummed the same. I knew before you spoke that nothing would remain. It wasn't in the words you said or the way you turned away. It was a silence shifting like the tide pulling out to sea. My heart heard it clearly in the space between our breaths. The moment everything we built began its slow death. The moment I felt you leave me was softer than a whisper, sharper than a knife. No suitcase by the door, no tears, no final fight. Just a quiet kind of leaving night that ended all our nights. I found your love to touch itself and drift into the dark. The moment I felt you leave me was the moment I fell apart. You still said I love you like it was muscle memory, but the words landed empty like echoes in an empty sea. Your touch was there, but missing all the fire it once had. Like holding someone's shadow instead of who you had. I wanted to reach over, pull you back into my chest, ask you to stay longer, give us one more chance to rest. But I already knew the truth before the morning came. You were gone long before you ever said my name. The moment I felt you leave me was the moment in the silence, hanging heavy in the air. In the way your body stayed, but your soul was no longer there. I held my breath and let the feeling wash over me. The moment I felt you leave me was the hardest truth I'd ever seen. If I could freeze that second, I'd ask you to be kind, to tell me where we lost, to give me back some time. But moments like that don't wait for us to understand. They simply steal the future with a cold and steady hand. Now I carry that feeling like a scar beneath my skin. The moment love decided it was time to gave you my mornings, my quiet afternoon, poured every tomorrow into yesterday's wound. I fixed what was broken, I carried the weight, smiled through the silence so you wouldn't have to wait. I stayed when the spark turned to flickering light. I fought when the easy thing would have been to say goodnight. Every one more try took a little more of me, until I was holding it where your love used to be. I held on until there was nothing left, gave you the last of my hope, the last of my breath, loved you with everything I had in my chest, until my heart was empty and my hands were a mess. I held on until there was nothing left, and still you walked away like it was for the best. I memorized your excuses, defended your name, ignored every warning sign that looked the same. I watered a garden that refused to grow, believe in a version of us only I could know. I gave up my sleep, I gave up my pride, kept rewriting endings just to keep you by my side. I became smaller, trying to make the space for two, until there was barely any version of me left in view. I held on until there was nothing left, poured out my oceans till the river ran dry, loved you so hard that I forgot how to fly. Now the mirror shows someone I don't recognize. I held on until there was nothing left, learning the cost of loving someone who already left. I thought if I held tighter, the cracks would disappear, but some things are meant to end, no matter how many tears. I finally see the girl who gave it all away. She deserves the kind of love that chooses to stay. So I'm laying down the pieces I no longer need to hold, and letting go of stories that were never fully told. I held on until there was nothing left, and now I'm gathering the fragments to rebuild myself. No more bleeding for a love that won't be kept. I'm learning how to love me after all I gave and wept. I held on until there was nothing left, myself. You stopped saying my name like it mattered anymore. Your goodnight kisses landed lighter than before. The texts got shorter, the plans got vague and thin, but you never said the words that would let it in. I felt the distance growing inch by careful inch, like you were practicing how to slowly disappear. Every maybe later carved a little deeper wound, while I kept pretending we were still in tune. The way you slowly let me go was crueler than any sudden goodbye I'd ever known. You didn't slam the door, you just stopped turning the key, left me standing in the hallway of what we used to be. No final fight, no angry tears, just a gentle fading glow. The way you slowly let me go was the hardest way to know. You touched my shoulder like it was someone else's skin, laugh at my jokes with a smile that felt paper thin. We still share the bed, but the warmth had moved aside, like love was packing quietly while I slept at your side. I asked if you were happy, you said of course I am, but your eyes were already living in a different plan. I held on tighter, hoping pressure could bring you back, while you were learning how to loosen your half of the track. The way you slowly let me go felt like drowning in a pool we both once swam. You offered polite excuses with a careful, steady hand, left me bleeding in the silence of a love you'd already been. No dramatic scene, no closing show. The way you slowly let me go was the loneliest goodbye I'll ever know. If you had torn me open with one honest, brutal night, I could have schemed and healed beneath the blinding light. But this slow release, this careful, kind retreat, left invisible scars that no one else could see. I learned the hardest truth in the gentlest way. Some people don't leave, they just stop choosing to stay. The way you slowly let me go taught me I deserve someone who holds on tight, not halfway love that fades across the table with the candles burning low. Your eyes avoided mine like they already knew where to go. The wine tasted heavier than it did the week before. We smiled like strangers who had never shared a door. No raised voices, no slammed doors, no final angry line. Just the slow erosion of everything that once felt fine. I felt the crack forming somewhere deep inside my chest, while we kept pretending we were doing our very best. We broke without a sound between us. No explosion, no tears, no dramatic scene. Just a quiet kind of dying that no one else could see. We turned into memories while we were still breathing. We broke without a sound between us. And the silence was the sharpest thing I've ever known. You reached for the salt, and our fingers didn't touch. The TV murmured softly, but it didn't mean that much. We said goodnight like it was any other night, while the love we used to build slowly lost its light. I wanted to ask if you still felt the same, but the words got stuck somewhere inside the shame. So we kept on living in this careful, fragile peace. Two people disappearing in slow, polite release. We broke without a sound between us, like glass that shattered underneath the floor. We smiled through the dinner, we walked out the door, carrying the pieces of a love we couldn't restore. We broke without a sound between us, and no one even noticed we were gone. Breaking had been loud, maybe I could have fought, screamed until the neighbors came and told us what we're not. But silence is a weapon that leaves no evidence behind. It kills you in the gentlest way and leaves you have to find. Now I carry the quiet like a scar nobody sees. The end that never announced itself to me. We broke without a sound between us, and I'm still learning how to speak again, how to fill the empty space where your voice used to live, how to forgive the quiet for the pain it chose to give. We broke without a sound Watched you turn the corner with your suitcase in your hand. Didn't call your name, didn't try to make you understand. The rain was falling softly, like it knew what we had lost. I stood there in the doorway, counting every step you caused. My heart was screaming, stay, but my lips stayed tightly sealed. I learned that love sometimes means refusing to reveal how much it hurts to watch the only home you've known walk away without you begging them to come back home. I learned to let you go alone, without chasing after shadows on an empty road. I bit my tongue and swallowed every tear I owned. Gave you the freedom that my broken heart was told. I learned to let you go alone, even when it felt like dying on my own. The nights got longer after you had disappeared. I kept your side of the closet like you might reappear. But slowly I started folding clothes I used to wear with you, teaching my hands to hold only what was mine and true. I stopped checking my phone for messages that never came. Stopped rewriting stories with your old familiar name. It hurt like hell to choose the harder kind of way, to love you from a distance and not beg you to stay. I learned to let you go alone, with grace I never knew that I could own. I closed the door so gently on the life we used to know. Let the quiet teach me things I needed to be shown. I learned to let you go alone, so I could finally find my way back home. It wasn't weakness that kept me from running down that street. It was strength I didn't know lived somewhere deep in me. I gave you wings instead of chains around your feet, and in the process learned how to stand on my own 2 feet. Some loves are meant to teach you how to say goodbye, even when the hardest thing is watching them fly. I learned to let you go alone, and somehow in the breaking I have grown. No dramatic final scene, no last desperate plea, just a quiet you down. The lamp was low, the city hummed outside. I held the phone closer like it could keep you by my side. You asked about my day, I answered soft and slow. But something in your tone had already let me go. The pauses stretched longer than they used to do. Your laugh came polite instead of breaking through. I traced the pattern of the blanket on my knees, while every word you spoke felt like a distant memory. The night your voice felt different was the night the ending quietly arrived. No goodbye, no argument, just a subtle shift inside, like the warmth that slowly left the place where it once thrived. I heard it in the silence between the words you tried to hide. The night your voice felt different was the night our forever died. You said you were tired, that work had been long, but I heard the distance like a quiet, unfamiliar song. The way you said I love you landed light as air, as if the weight behind it simply wasn't there. I wanted to ask what changed between yesterday and now, but fear kept the question locked inside somehow. So I laughed a little softer, pretended I was fine, while my heart was already reading the last line. The night your voice felt different was the night I started learning how to grieve, while you were still right there, still breathing next to me. I felt the slow unraveling of everything we used to be. The night your voice felt different was the night you started to leave. If I could go back to that call, to that quiet midnight air, I'd ask you to be honest. I'd tell you I was scared. I'd say I feel you fading, please don't disappear. Instead I let the moment pass and held back every tear. Now I carry that version of your voice like a scar, the gentle way you told me who we no longer are. The night your voice felt different is the moment I replay when the house gets too still. It taught me love can end without a single scream or spill, just a slow aching change. I still said goodnight and held on. Wake up reaching for your side. Habit doesn't ask me why. Your coffee cup is long gone cold. Still feels like something left untold. I don't hear you say my name, but rooms still echo just the same. Like you never really left. You just became my quiet breath. I thought time would teach me how to forget, but it only taught my heart where you still sit. Your absence still knows my heart, knows exactly where to start. Every scar, every part, every place we fell apart. Even I smile now when people ask if I'm done with the past. I say yes like it's true, like love just disappears on cue. But some nights I still feel you near, in songs I never used to hear. It's not pain, it's something else, like missing who I was myself. Back to survive. I just miss the way we were alive. Your absence still knows my heart, knows exactly where to start. Every scar, every part, every place we fell apart. Even more, you leave a mark in the silence, in the dark. You don't touch me, don't hold my hand, but your absence maybe love doesn't need a face. Maybe it just learns to change its place. You're not here, but you're not erased. You're written into how I ache. Your absence still knows my heart, like a language I can unlearn. Every end, every start, every lesson that still burns. I don't need you to stay, I just feel you every day. You don't love me like you did, but your absence never quit. You're not here, but my heart still knows you were. I watched you pack your things under the kitchen light, folded every shirt like I was helping you take flight. You waited for the tears, for the words to start a war, but I just stood there smiling at the open door. My throat held every stay like a secret I would keep. My hands stayed by my side so they wouldn't reach. I swallowed all the begging, every desperate plea, so you could leave, believing you were truly free. I let you go without a sound. No screaming, no fighting, just my heart hid in the ground. I gave you the softest exit, the kindest kind of end, even though inside me something broke that won't mend. I let you go without a sound, so you wouldn't have to carry my pain around. You said I'm sorry, like you needed my reply. I nodded like it didn't feel like saying goodbye. The taxi waited, patient in the pouring rain, while I memorized your silhouette walking away. I could have cried, I could have begged you not to leave, I could have made it harder so you'd never feel relieved. But love sometimes means silence when the loudest thing is pain. So I chose quiet mercy in the middle of the rain. I let you go to the door like a habit you can't break. But your smile doesn't reach the eyes I used to know so well. The way you say my name sounds borrowed, not quite yours. Like you left the real version somewhere behind closed doors. I still set 2 plates out of muscle memory. Pour your coffee black the way it used to comfort me. But every conversation feels like reading from a script where the actor playing you has already quit. The version of you that stayed is just a shadow wearing the face I love. He speaks in your voice, but the warmth has been replaced with polite distance and careful words we both hate. I miss the version of you that stayed. Before you became someone I barely realized today, we still share the couch, the same late night show. But your hand doesn't find mine underneath the throw. You laugh at the right moments. You ask if I'm okay. Yet the man who once fought for me has quietly walked away. I keep searching for the spark behind your tired eyes. The boy who promised forever under starry skies. But he's somewhere far away, living a different life, while this polite stranger sleeps next to me at night. The version of you that stayed is a beautiful lie I'm too scared to face. He goes through the motions, he plays the perfect part, but there's no fire left beating inside his heart. I miss the version of you that stayed. If I could speak to the old you, the one who used to burn, I'd ask him why he left without a single word. I'd beg him to come back, to remember who we were, before this hollow echo became all that's left of her. But ghosts don't answer when you call their name at night. So I'm learning how to love what's gone while holding on so tight. The version of you that stayed is slowly teaching me how to say goodbye. I can't keep waiting for a man who's already left inside. I deserve the kind of love that version of you that stayed was never really here, and I'm finally learning to disappear. We share the same room, the same quiet dinner table, but your eyes don't land on me the way they used to be able. I laugh at your jokes like I'm scared they might end, while the space between us grows wider with every pretend. I reach for your hand and it slips like smoke in the air. You say I'm right here, but it's a version I no longer compare. We're breathing the same air, sleeping side by side, yet I've never felt farther from the warmth we once called us in mind. Love shouldn't feel this lonely, like I'm talking to a stranger who's wearing your face. Love shouldn't leave me aching for the smallest trace of the person who once looked at me and stayed. Love shouldn't feel this lonely when you're still in the same room, still saying my name. We plan for tomorrow like nothing has changed, but the silence at night screams everything's rearranged. I trace the lines on your back like a map I once knew. Now it leads to a place that no longer includes me and you. I keep telling myself this is just a season we'll weather, that tomorrow you'll see me, that we'll find each other. But every I love you lands lighter than before, and I'm left wondering what we're even fighting for. this lonely, so I'm choosing you tonight. I kept our side of the bed warm long after you left. Saved your favorite mug, though the coffee went cold and unsaid. I answered the door when no one was ringing the bell. Still watering flowers in a garden you'd already filled. I showed up for the memories you decided to leave behind. Carry both our shadows when yours started to decline. I whispered I'm here to the silence that answered back, while you were already turning the page we never closed. I was still there when you weren't, holding the pieces of a love you had already burned, waiting in the doorway with arms open wide while you walked away without turning to say goodbye. I was still there when you were loving alone in the space that you left burned. I replayed every voicemail like it could bring you home. Kept the lights on low in case you decided to come. I defended your name when the world started to talk, even as your absence wrote its name on every call. I fought for the version of us that only I could see. Believed in the promises, you stopped believing in me. I stood in the fire while you stepped out of the flame, still calling your name like it wasn't already changed. I was still there when you weren't, choose to move on. I was still there when you weren't. Now the only one left is me. Stood in the hallway with the lights turned low. Your coat still on the hook like it didn't want to go. I reached for your finger, but the moment slipped through. You whispered, take care, like that could see us through. We never drew the final line, never turned the page, just left the story open on a half-erased stage. I kept the door unlocked in case you changed your mind, while the silence grew heavier with every night behind. The goodbye we never finished still lives inside these walls and under my skin. I keep replaying the almost words we left unsaid, the almost hugs, the almost end we never let begin. No slam doors, no final tears, just an open wound that breathes. The goodbye we never finished is the only thing that won't leave. Your name still lights up when my phone forgets to forget. Old voicemails play like ghosts I haven't buried yet. We talk about the weather when we accidentally meet. Two strangers wearing memories we can't delete. I practiced every perfect line 1,000 times alone, but courage always left me when I heard your tone. We chose to walk away without ever walking out. Now the ending hangs forever in this endless doubt. The goodbye we never finished still echoes every time the wind moves through the trees. I carry all the questions that we never dared to speak, the love we couldn't bury and the pain we couldn't free. No dramatic final scene, just a quiet, slow decay. The goodbye we never finished won't let me walk away. If the universe gave me one more minute at that door, I'd say every single thing I was too scared for. I tell you that I'm broken, but I still wish you well. I thank you for the heaven and forgive you for the hell. But time doesn't circle back and hearts don't get rewinds, so I'm learning how to live with the goodbye we left behind. The goodbye we never finished but I'm learning how to finish it inside my healing heart. The mornings got colder, though the calendar said spring. Your laugh arrived later and left on quieter wings. We passed the same hallway, like ships in the night, still saying I'm fine, while the distance grew wide. I felt the shift in the way you folded the clothes, a little less careful, a little less close. We never named the crack that was forming below, just kept walking forward, pretending we didn't know. We lost each other softly, like rain on a window pane. No thunder, no screaming, just a slow fading stain. You became my outline I could no longer trace. I became the echo of a once familiar face. We lost each other softly, without a trace. The photos stayed up, but the stories went dark. Your favorite sweater now hangs cold in the dark. We stopped reaching across the table at night. The silence felt normal, almost polite. I kept telling myself it was only a phase. The gentle goodnight could still carry the flame. But every small step back was a step we both chose, until the love we once carried quietly froze. We lost each other softly, like petals leaving the rose. No violence, no ending, just a gradual close. The future we whispered became a forgotten line. We turned into people who once felt like mine. We lost each other softly, one breath at a time. If I could rewind to the first day the warmth slipped away, I'd pull you back gently and beg you to stay. But love doesn't shout when it starts to depart. It simply stops knocking at the door of your heart. Now I carry the weight of the things we let die in the softest of ways, under the softest of skies. We lost each other softly, but the lesson burns bright. I'll never again love in half-hearted light. I'll speak when it matters, I'll hold when it's real. No more quiet drifting, each other softly, but I found how to heal. We lost each other softly, like a song that ends too soon. The softest kind of forever that ended in one afternoon. We lay in the dark and I bit my tongue again. Every fear I swallowed felt like saving us from pain. Your breathing next to mine was the only sound I heard. I told myself that quiet love would never need a word. I built a wall of stillness, thick and soft and kind. Thought if nothing ever broke, nothing ever died. I wore that every comfort like a blanket made of stone, never seeing how the silence carved us both alone. I thought silence meant safe, like a harbor in the storm, but it was just a slow blade cutting every thread we'd worn. All the yellow case I hid behind my smile became the very reasons we stopped burning for a while. I thought silence meant safe. Now the quiet is a grave. You'd ask if I was happy, I'd answer with a nod, while inside me every unsaid storm began to flood. We danced around the edges of the things we couldn't face, pretending calm was courage in its most elegant grace. I watched the distance widen in the pauses we allowed. Every night I chose restraint instead of reaching out. I believed the less I spoke, the less that I could lose, until the love we guarded turned into something we outgrew. I thought silence meant safe, like a promise sealed in glass, but it cracked beneath the weight of everything we never asked. All the nights I let the dark speak louder than my heart became the final chapter where we slowly fell apart. I I thought silence meant safe. Now the silence is all I have, and it sounds just like the past. Sat on opposite ends of the same worn couch, your fingers tracing circles where mine used to touch. The TV flickered blue, but neither of us watched, just counting the seconds before one of us would flinch. I swallowed the words like broken glass at night. You looked away, pretending everything was fine. We built this perfect silence, wall by wall. Now I'm screaming inside, where you'll never hear the fall. What we never had the courage to say still lives between us every single day. I need you to stay. I'm scared that you'll go. I love you more than you'll ever know. We let the truth die in the spaces we made. What we never had the courage to say. Your suitcase weighted open like an accusation. I folded your favorite shirt with hesitation. We spoke in groceries, weather, polite good nights, while the real conversation burned holes in the lights. I almost reached for your hand at the door, almost begged you not to become a memory anymore. But pride is a crueler lover than loneliness ever was. So I smiled like it didn't matter, because what we never had the courage to say haunts every sunrise, every empty space. Don't walk away, I'm breaking into. I would have fought forever just to stay with you. We traded forever for a dignified charade. What we never had the courage to say. If time gave me 30 seconds to run back to that night, I'd crash through the door, no pride left to fight. I'd scream every line I rehearsed in my head, while you stood there stunned, finally knowing instead. The clocks don't bargain and hearts don't rewind, So I'm left with the echo of words left behind. What we never had, the courage to say, still echoes louder the longer you're away. I'm sorry I froze, please come back to me. You were always the only place that I felt free. We lost what was real in the fear we obeyed. What we never had the courage to say. And if you ever wonder why I still look away, it's because those unsaid words are the only place you stay. We used to finish each other's sentences at dawn. Now, how was your day? Feels like reciting a foreign song. Your laugh moved to someone else's stories on my feet, while I sit here memorizing the back of your head. The small rituals faded one unnoticed breath at a time. Coffee for two became coffee for one by design. I kept waiting for the moment you'd turn and see that the person you once knew was still right here, still me. I watched us turn in the strangers. No dramatic goodbye, just 1,000 tiny deaths beneath the same sky. Your eyes forgot the way they used to find mine. We became polite ghosts in the wreckage of us and mine. I watched it happen, slow like winter arriving. I watched us turn into strangers, still surviving. You stopped reaching for my hand in crowded rooms. I stopped asking why the silence felt like tunes. We traded inside jokes for surface level weather, and I love you became something we don't say together. I replayed every warning sign like film on repeat. The way your later turned permanent, incomplete. I should have fought louder when the distance grew tall, but I let it happen I could pause time on the last night we felt like home. I'd whisper every unsaid thing before we turned to stone. But love doesn't warn you when it's quietly packing to leave. It just lets you watch the stranger you once swore you'd never be. And now I carry your absence like a second skin. The stranger you became is the hardest place I've been. I watched us turn in the strangers, and I'm still watching the end. Every memory flickers like a signal losing strength. You're happy somewhere new. I hope that much is true. I'm learning how to live inside the echo of losing you. I watched us turn, I watched us fade into strangers we never thought we'd trade. I watched us turn into strangers, and the strangest part is I still recognize your shadow in every empty heart. You text me good morning and disappear by noon. Left me reading old messages under the same moon. Your arms around me felt like a temporary release, warm until the moment you decided to release. I kept collecting pieces you never meant to give. Told myself half a heart was still a way to live. But every almost touch left bruises I couldn't name. You gave me just enough to keep me in the game. You loved me in half measures, never all the way. A whisper of forever that faded by the day. You held me like a secret you weren't ready to claim. Left me starving for the fire you only gave a flame. Half measures, half measures, and I still stay. You'd say I miss you in the middle of the night, then wake up acting like it never saw the light. I learned the shape of your maybe, wore it like a crown while you kept one foot steady on the way out of town. I painted full futures on your unfinished lines, drank your someday promises like expensive wine. But the glass was always half empty when you turned around, and I drowned in the silence of the love you never found. just a bluff. You kissed me like a habit you could easily break. Left echoes of devotion that were always half awake. Half measures, and I still ache. I wonder if you ever love someone completely, or if partial is the only version you know how to be. I gave you every fraction, every trembling part. You took the light and left me holding just the dark. I deserve the whole sky, not a borrowed star. You loved me in half measures, but I loved you complete. Poured my entire ocean at your hesitant feet. Now I'm learning how to walk away from what was never mine. Healing from a love that only showed up half the time. No more half measures, no more half measures. I'm finally mine. You loved me in half measures, but I won't love that way again. I trace the shadow where your coat used to hang. The air still carried the coffee you never drank. Every corner whispered secrets we never said. I loved you loudest inside my quiet head. I should have fought harder when the silence grew. Held your hand tighter when you slipped into blue. But I let the moment drift like smoke in the rain. Now the hurt arrives before the pain. I missed you before you left, before the door ever closed. Felt the goodbye living in every word you never spoke. Your absence was already carved in the shape of my days. I've been grieving you quietly in 1,000 small ways. I missed you before you left. Your laugh still echoes in the hallway at 3. But it's only the wind playing tricks on me. I keep your favorite song on repeat in the dark, trying to find the place where we lost the spark. I should have said stay when my pride said run. Should have been honest when the damage was done. loving someone most when it's already too late. Too late. I missed you before you left, and I'm still missing you now. In the spaces between breaths, in the weight of this vow, you're gone, but the longing keeps blooming somehow, like wildflowers breaking through concrete ground. I missed you, God, I miss you. Before you left, before you left, the quiet already. I miss you, I'll always miss you. I used to feel your heartbeat next to mine. Now silence fills the space we left behind. Whispers of laughter echo in the room, but shadows grow as love meets its gloom. I reached for you, but you slipped away. A gentle warmth that couldn't stay. The kind of love that slowly fades, leaves quiet nights and empty days. Every smile, every touch we knew fades like morning mist in the blue. love should slowly fade. I watched your eyes drift to someone new, while I held the pieces that belonged to you. Every promise that we once believed faded away, leaving me deceived. I tried to keep a fire that you let die, whispered my love into the silent sky. For shadows of what used to be, holding on to a love you set free. I carried our dreams through endless nights, even when they faded out of sight. I held on to what you let go, clutching memories that only I know. Every heartbeat, every tear kept the love that disappeared. Maybe someday I let it all fall, release the weight, answer the call. But for now, I keep it inside, a quiet love I cannot hide. I held on to what you let go, clutching memories that only I know. Every heartbeat, every tear kept the love that I held on to what you let go. The sunlight fell across your face, but your eyes were somewhere else, a distant place. I whispered secrets you no longer heard. Our quiet room swallowed every word. I tried to hold on, but you slipped like rain. A gentle touch I couldn't retain. The day I fell, you drift away. Everything I knew just went astray. Every heartbeat, every sigh left me wondering why we said goodbye. I still see your shadow in the hall, empty echoes bouncing off the walls. I reach for moments that can't return. In the silence, my own heart burns. I held your laughter close to mine, but some love is never meant to shine. The day I fell, you drift away. Everything I knew just went astray. Every heartbeat, every sigh left me wondering why we said goodbye. Maybe someday, somewhere we'll find a love that lingers gentle and kind. But for now I breathe through the pain, learning to love myself again. The day I fell, you drift away. Everything I knew just went astray. Every heartbeat, every sigh left me wondering why we said goodbye. The day I felt you drift away, I'll remember you, but I'll be okay. I'll remember you, but I'll be okay. The day I felt you drift away. I still remember the way you laughed under streetlights, our shadows cast, moments that felt like forever. Now they're gone, like they never mattered. I kept chasing what could never stay, held on to whispers that faded away. We were almost something real, a fire that burned too fast to feel. Every word, every stolen glance see your face in every crowded street, a ghost of us in every heartbeat. I tried to fix what wasn't mine, but some love fades with time. I held on to dreams that slip like sand, reaching for touch I can't command. We were almost something real, a fire that burned too fast to feel. Every word, every stone and glass, a beautiful but fleeting chance. Maybe in another life, another day, we'd have found a way to stay. But here and now, I let you go. Carry our almost in my soul. We were almost something real, a fire that burned too fast to feel. Every word, every stone and glass, a beautiful but fleeting chance. We were almost something real. And I'll keep the memory and heal. And I'll keep the memory and heal. We were almost something real. The room still held your laughter, like a picture on the wall. But lately every promise felt smaller than before. You stopped asking how I was, stopped reaching for my hand, and I kept feeling silence with reasons I'd pretend. I thought love meant patience through every changing tide, so I stayed a little longer, even when you stepped aside. I stayed after you stopped trying, after hope began to fade, after every quiet moment showed the distance that you made. I kept holding up the fire while you watched it slowly die. place. Sometimes leaving is the bravest thing you do. When you realize love stopped fighting for you. You used to speak in future tense like nothing could divide. Your words were warm as summer air, I wore them like my pride. But seasons change without a storm, no warning in your tone. The plans we drew in steady lines were fading on their own. I kept replaying everything, trying to find the bend. The moment faith turned fragile and truth began to thin. Tell me where your promises went silent, where the vows lost all their sound. They didn't break in anger, they just slowly fell to ground. You swore we'd stand forever, but love never came. Tell me where your promises went silent, and who forgot my name. I still remember how you said we'll never let this go, but never feels so different when it's whispered soft and low. I held on to the echoes of what we used to be. You were busy building distance, I was building memories. I thought love would stay louder than doubt inside your chest, but silence grows much stronger when it's left unaddressed. Tell me where your promises went silent, where the fire lost its spark. You didn't have to leave me, you just dimmed the dark. I trusted what you told me more than what I felt. Tell me where your promises went silent, when they stopped meaning themselves. Maybe words are easy when love is new and bright. Maybe truth gets quieter when it's harder to fight. I know where your promises went silent, they faded with your will. They didn't die in chaos, they just learned to stand still. I won't carry empty echoes. shattered, they disappear, and you only notice when they're no longer here. We sat across the kitchen light like strangers sharing space. You stirred your coffee slowly, wouldn't look me in the face. I felt the distance settle in between what was and what became. We were still saying goodnight, but it didn't sound the same. I held the word forever like it still meant something true. You were already folded out of everything we knew. That was the last time I called it us, before the silence won, before your hand stopped reaching, before the damage done. I said we'll be fine tomorrow. You didn't disagree. That was the last time I called it us, and you stopped choosing me. Your jacket stayed by the hallway door, like maybe you'd return. I memorized your quiet steps and every look you wouldn't turn. We weren't fighting anymore, we just stopped trying to win. Love didn't leave in anger, it just thinned and thinned. I kept speaking in plural while you were thinking alone. I was building a future, you were letting it go. That was the last time I called it us, before the air went cold, before I saw the truth in the things you never told. You didn't slam the door, you didn't raise your voice. That was the last time I called it us, before you made your choice. Some endings don't explode, they gently rearrange. You wake up one day and we just feel strange. That was the last time I called it us, but not the last time I cared. I stayed until the feeling was too quiet to repair. Now I'm speaking I and me, and it finally feels honest. That was the last time I called it us, and the first time I chose myself. Some words carry history, some words let you heal, and the day I stopped saying we was the day it became real. I stayed when the signs were clear, free between what you wouldn't say. You were halfway out the door, I was finding reasons you might stay. Every warning felt like doubt. Every doubt I turned to hope. I held the pieces of your heart like they were mine to hold. You were slowly letting go. I was loving you more. I loved you past the point of return, past the lesson I should have learned. I crossed every line I swore I wouldn't, just to keep us from the burn. You stepped back without a word. I stayed until it hurt. I loved you past the point of return and lost myself first. I memorized your fading touch like it might come back again. You called it space, I called it trust, but we were standing at the end. Your silence felt rehearsed, mine was breaking underneath. You stopped choosing what we were, I stopped choosing me. I thought love meant staying strong, even when it stayed too long. I loved you past the point of return, past the truth I couldn't face. I kept rebuilding what was gone while you were leaving trace by trace. You never asked me to remain, I just refused to turn. I loved you past the point of return, and that's what made it burn. Maybe love is brave, but not when it erases you. Maybe holding on isn't always true. I loved you past the point of return, but I won't love that way again. Not where I disappear just to make somebody stay. You were a chapter, not my end. A fire I survived. I loved you past the point of return. Now I'm finally on my side. Some loves don't come back, they teach you where to start. The door didn't slam, just stayed still, like it wasn't sure who left. Your name lives in the corner. I try my best to forget. I don't look for you in faces or ask the night your name, but when the room goes quiet, my chest remembers the pain. My heart still knows where you went, even when I don't ask. It feels the weight of your leaving, like a shadow I don't chase back. I moved on with my breathing, learned to smile again, but my heart still knows where you went. I packed away the memories I told myself I was stronger than every what if you meant. I don't wait by old windows or wish upon your return, but love doesn't disappear, it just changes what it burns. My heart still knows where you went, even when I feel whole. I don't live in the past anymore, but it still visits my soul. I don't follow the feeling, I let it come and then bend, but my heart still knows where you. Maybe knowing isn't longing, maybe it's just proof that loving you once was honest and true. My heart still knows where you went, but it knows where I am too. I didn't lose myself loving you, I just learned what love can do. I don't need answers or endings, I don't need to pretend. My heart still knows where you went, and it's okay in the end. Some loves don't come back, they just stay understood. My heart remembers you in the quiet way it should. Room was full of echoes from words we didn't say. I was counting every heartbeat. You were already away. Your eyes stopped listening, your hands let go of mine. I felt the ending coming, but pretended we had time. You left before the song ended, before the last refrain. I was still learning the melody. You were done with the pain. You didn't say you were leaving, you just stopped pretending. I kept singing for us. You left before the song ended. Your laugh became a memory, too soft to call back home. I replayed every moment, like it might change the tone. I loved you in the quiet parts, between the lines you missed. You heard an exit sign, I heard one final kiss. You left before the song ended, before it could resolve. You left before the song ended, but I sang it to the end. I stayed with every leaving, even when you didn't understand. Now the music feels different, but my heart's still open. I didn't lose my voice. You just left before the song ended. Some songs don't fade out, they stop midline, and you learn to breathe in the silence they leave behind. I stayed when leaving made more sense. Watch the clock ignore my breath. Your silence learned my name before I learned how not to care. Every promise lost its tone, every kiss felt slightly cold. I smiled just to keep you near, while disappearing year by year. I let go in slow motion, frame by frame I fell apart, still loving you out of habit, still breaking my own heart. I didn't leave, I faded, and I words you never broke. I let go in slow motion long before you noticed. Your jacket still behind the door, like you might need it once more. I stopped asking where you'd been, started guessing how this ends. I learned to miss you quietly, so you wouldn't feel the change. You were already halfway gone. I just stayed to take the blame. I let go in slow motion, held on longer than I should. Not a villain, not a victim, just a heart that tried till the end. I don't hate you, I outgrew the way that you imposed. I let go in slow motion, and that's how I survive you. Some endings don't explode, they gently loosen their hold. And one day you breathe without them and call it closure. We used to breathe the same small air. Now even silence feels prepared. Your name still waits inside my phone, but I've learned how to sleep alone. Nothing broke, nothing burned, just too many things unlearned. We didn't crash, we slowly slid into a life we never lived. There's a space between what we were and what we couldn't become. Not a goodbye, not a forever, just a love that we know. I still feel you inserted out, like a song without trust. There's a space between what we were, and I'm standing in it alone. Your laughter echoes in my head, like things we almost said. We talked about the future once, but stopped before it made sense. We stayed polite, we stayed kind, left the hardest truth behind. I held the door, you held your pride, and that's the night we quietly died. There's a space between what we were and what we couldn't become. Not a promise, not a letter, just a feeling undone. I still see you in reflections, just a story that ends. I won't beg it to return now. I won't chase what's gone now. There's a space between what we were, and I'm finally letting go of us. Some loves don't leave with a sound, they just turn into ground. You walk on without knowing what you found. You stopped asking how my day had been, just nodded like you already knew. Our words got smaller, thinner, like love was scared of waking you. I learned the sound of empty space between your sighs and tired eyes. We were still sharing the same bed, but dreams separate lives. You said nothing was wrong, but silence stayed too long. When love and you became quiet, I felt the distance in your touch. No fights, no tears to cry with, just less and less of us. You didn't leave, you just went still, like love forgot how to speak. When love and you became quiet, it started breaking me. I laughed louder to fill the room, hoped you'd notice something changed. I kept translating all your moves into reasons you might stay. Your phone lit up, your eyes looked down like I was interrupting peace. I was standing right beside you, but somehow begging to be seen. I miss the way you used to care before love turned into just disappear. You left without slamming doors. No final word, no reason why. Your jacket's still by the bedroom floor, like you'd be back before goodbye. I memorized the way you left, by how the room forgot your sound. Even the clock held its own breath when it realized you weren't around. I told myself you just needed time, but time never promised you were mine. I kept the light you turned off, stayed awake in case you came home lost. I learned the dark by heart, so you wouldn't have to find the switch. You moved on without a thought, left me loving what you forgot. I kept the light you turned off, like love was something I could fix. Your name still echoes in my phone. Unread messages, unsent truth. I made excuses on my own for all the things you didn't do. I dressed the silence up as hope, cold waiting something brave. But every night I held the glow for a shadow that never stayed. I stayed loyal to what we were. You stayed silent, and that hurt worse. I kept the light you turned off, believed in you when you walked off. I made a home inside the dark, so you wouldn't feel alone. You found peace somewhere else, while I held the night by myself. I kept the light you turned off, until even hope went cold. Maybe love shouldn't beg to stay, or bleed just to be seen. Maybe letting go is learning that choosing me isn't selfish, it's clean. I kept the light you turned off, but I won't wait here anymore. I see now what it cost to love someone who closed the door. If you ever wonder why the room no longer knows your name, I turned the light off for myself and finally walked away. The dark doesn't scare me now. I'm not waiting anymore. We spoke in plans that felt like truth, drew our future before we knew how fragile promises can be when timing breaks what love can keep. I learned your habits We circled love without something out. I stayed polite with all your doubt. Called it patience, not running out. But love should feel like solid ground, not something fading without a sound. I waited for your certainty while you waited less for me. We almost met forever, but never chose the fight. We almost crossed the distance, but left it overnight. You kept the door half open wide. I stood there hoping you did same. We almost meant forever, but fear arrived before we tried. There's a quiet kind of goodbye when no one leaves but no one tries. No broken words, no final scene. Just love that wasn't brave enough to be. We almost meant forever, and that's what hurts the most. Not what we lost, but what we were. So close to holding close. I won't rewrite what wasn't true or beg a dream to follow through. We almost meant forever, but now I mean letting go of you. Some loves don't end in flame or fire. They fade where courage should have been higher. I memorized the sound of maybe, held on to words you never gave me. I stayed polite with all your doubt, called it patience, not burning out. I learned your silence by heart, treated distance like a start. I kept the door unlocked for hope, while you kept finding reasons not to cope. I kept believing time was kind, but it was only passing by. I waited longer than life should, stayed when leaving would have been good. I called it faith, I called it trust, but I was breaking quietly inside us. You didn't ask me to remain, I just mistook delay for pain. I waited longer than life should, and paid the price for being good. I smiled through every half reply, made excuses so you wouldn't try. I lowered needs, I raised my grace, shrank my voice to keep your place. Love became a careful thing, afraid of There's a line between hope and delay, between choosing someone and being played. I crossed it thinking I was strong, but strength knows when it's been too long. I waited longer than life should, but I'm done waiting misunderstood. I won't confuse restraint with care, or call absence being there. If love returns, it won't ask me to bleed. It won't survive on what it needs. I waited longer than life should. Now I leave exactly when I should. Some lessons take their time, but freedom doesn't ask for mine. The house still knows the way you stood by the window light, misunderstood. I traced the space you used to fill, like time forgot to stand still. Your laughter faded into walls, still echoes when the evening falls. We weren't broken, just undone, like sentences that lost their tongue. I didn't lose you all at once. You slowly changed the distance. This is the shape of us after goodbye. Corners of love we couldn't realign. Your absence learned my outline too. Now I'm someone I became without you. We don't hurt the way we did before, but we don't fit like we used to anymore. This is the shape of us after goodbye. Not broken, just read the sign. Your name still rests in quiet days, in songs I skip, in words I say. I don't reach out, but still I feel the habit of us. You'll still be real. We grew apart without a fight, just stopped reaching at the same time. Love didn't die, it just withdrew, left me learning how to move. I held on longer than I should, trying to keep us understood. This is the shape of us after goodbye. Softened edges, harder lines. that changed but didn't lie. Some endings don't feel like the end. They just stop choosing we again. I forgive us for growing wrong, for staying quiet far too long. This is the shape of us after goodbye, a gentler truth I won't deny. You were a chapter, not my home, but you helped define my soul. I won't wish we stayed the same. Some love survives by letting change. This is the shape of us after goodbye. Still beautiful, just a different light. Didn't vanish, we evolved into who we are when love dissolves. I laughed at jokes you didn't hear, spoke your name like you were near. I planned tomorrow like you'd stay while you were already on your way. You smiled but didn't really see. Your eyes were packing quietly. I held the truth with open hands, not knowing it would slip like sand. I kept believing what we were while you were learning how to blur. You were gone before I knew, before my heart could catch the truth. I was still choosing us while you were choosing something new. You left without a single sound. I stayed where love was breaking down. You were gone before I knew, and I loved you all the way through. Your coffee cold beside the sink, like all the things I didn't think. You said I'm tired, not goodbye. I trusted words that learned to lie. The space between us grew so wide. I called it time, you called it life. I read your silence far too late, when love had already changed its face. You didn't mean to let me fall. You just weren't there at all. You were gone before I knew, before the ending even moved. I kept holding on to us like that's what love is supposed to do. You walked away in quiet grace. disappearing year by year. I won't beg what's already through. I won't chase what never stayed true. You were gone before I knew. Now I know how to choose me too. You left before I felt the fall, but I'm standing after all. It was past midnight, phone face down. Your name stayed quiet, no familiar sound. I typed your words, erased them twice, like love was thinking, taking time. The room was full of borrowed air. Your side of the bed still warm somehow. That was the night I realized love was gone, but I was still around. I kept reaching for something true, but every silence sounded like you. It was the night love stopped answering our goodbye. No warning sign, I kept calling out your heart, but it was already offline. I stayed awake, believing you, while love just let me through. Yeah, it was the night love stopped answering, and I stayed with the truth. Your jacket hanging by the door, like you'd be back, like before. I replayed moments in my head, looking for the words you never said. You said nothing was wrong at all, but your eyes had learned to leave. I was loving at full volume. You were already shape of quiet until your voice was gone. I used to fill my days with you. Nowadays just carry on. Your coffee cup still by the sink, like you're running late. But I stopped waiting at the door when hope learned how to break. You never meant to leave me cold, but love taught lessons it never told. I learned loneliness from you, from the way you slowly slipped away from all the things we didn't do, and every word you didn't say. I wasn't born this good at being alone. I had to learn it from you. Yeah, I learned loneliness from you. We shared a bed, but not our fears. I felt you miles away. You smiled like nothing was wrong. I memorized that face. I tried to hold what wasn't there, like air between my hands. You left me with your absence. That's when I started to understand. Love doesn't always end with tears. Sometimes it leaves you here. I learned loneliness from you, from empty rooms and quiet nights, from loving someone halfway who never stayed to fight. I wasn't strong before you gone, but I became someone new. Yeah, I learned loneliness from you. Now I sit with silence like it knows my name. I don't blame you for the pain, but I changed. I learned loneliness from you, but I also learned to stand. I learned how to lose someone and still hold my own hand. You were my hardest lesson and my deepest truth. I didn't choose this kind of love. I learned loneliness from you. I don't miss who you became. I miss who I was with you. We used to talk until the light turned mornings into something bright. Now even silence feels too loud, like something broke but never fell down. No slammed doors, no last goodbye, just fewer reasons asking why. Your shadow left before you did, and I pretended not to notice it. Love didn't end. just grew thin, like words we stopped believing in. We faded without a sound, no echoes when we went down, no fire, no final round, just hearts learning how to back down. We didn't crash, we didn't fight, we slowly lost the need to try. We faded without a sound. Still hurts when I think about I still remember how we laughed before forever turned to past. We stayed but weren't really there. Share the same room, different air. I held on longer than I should. You left in ways I misunderstood. It wasn't cruel, it wasn't wrong, just love that didn't last that long. We stopped asking if we're okay, like answers would have made us stay. We faded without a sound, no echoes when we went down, no fire, no final round, just hearts learning how to back down. We didn't crash, we didn't fight, we slowly lost the need to try. We faded without a sound. Still hurts when I think Some endings don't break you in two, they quietly forget you. No scars to prove the pain was real, but silence cuts the deepest still. We faded without a sound, like ghosts we didn't chase around. No blame, no truth we found, just love we slowly let slip out. I don't hate you, I don't cry, I just miss the reason why. We faded without a sound, and that's the part I can't work out. Nothing shattered, nothing drowned, we just faded without a sound. Talk to you in paragraphs, you answered me in silence. I kept 1,000 feelings, you kept crossing lines. I watched your eyes grow distant, still called it just a phase. I stayed and stitched the silence, you slowly walked away. I thought love meant waiting, even when it hurts. Didn't know my honesty would make your world reverse. This is what my heart's filled when yours went quiet on me. I bled in every sentence while you chose not to speak. I loved you out loud. spilled, and yours went quiet on me. I read between your pauses like they were written truths. I blame myself for questions you never wanted to choose. Every unfunny whispered was a door you closed. I was holding all the weight of a love you let go. You didn't break me loudly, you faded soft and slow. I lost you in the quiet before I even knew. This is what my heart felt when yours went quiet on me. I cried in full colors, you lived in grayscale dreams. I reached for your shadow, you slipped out of reach. This is what my heart spilled, and yours went quiet on me. Maybe some hearts love deeper, maybe some hearts hide. The silence is still leaving, even if no one cries. I won't beg for echoes from a voice that chose to fade. I'm done pouring my soul into love that won't stay. This is what my heart spilled, but I'm cleaning it up now. I won't apologize for loving too loud. If your quiet was freedom, and my pain was the cost, but I found my voice again in everything I lost. Next time my heart speaks, it won't speak alone. The room still smells of yesterday. Your laughter lingers, won't fade away. I trace the moments you let slip through. Every corner whispers something of you. I stood in shadows where your light once shone, hoping somehow I could hold it alone. But love dissolved before it could stay, and I'm still standing where it went away. And every night I feel the cold of words you never said, stories untold. I stayed where your love ended, holding pieces I never mended. Every heartbeat shadow haunts the places we knew. Empty streets still smell of you. I keep your sweater folded on the chair, pretending you might come back there. The clock ticks slow, the nights feel long, but I find strength inside the wrong. The love we had became a ghost, but it's mine to keep, even if it hurts most. And in the quiet I begin to see the love I lost is part of me. I stayed where your love ended, holding pieces I never mended. Every heartbeat I tried to save now drifts alone across the waves. I stayed where your love ended, learning to heal what was upended. Though you walked out and left me behind, I keep the echoes you left in my mind. Maybe some hearts are not meant to stay. Maybe love is a lesson in decay. But I keep the fire, even in the night, turning your absence into my light. I stayed where your love ended, but now I'm stronger, unpretended. Every memory that cut so deep, I cradle them softly as I sleep. I stayed where your love ended, but I'm rising from the ache you intended. Though you left without a sign, I carry the love that once was mine. I breathe in the echoes. We finally find my own tomorrow. You walked away without a word, left the silence louder than the hurt. I replay the moments we almost knew, all the little things I never said to you. The door closed softly behind your face, and suddenly the world felt out of place. I reach for reasons, but they dissolve into shadows only I resolve. And every night I ask the air why you left me standing there. The goodbye you never explained echoes louder than the rain. Every memory I tried to save crashes into the empty space. You vanished without a sign, left me with questions lost in strangers' rooms. See your eyes in the pale of the moon. Every corner whispers your name, but nothing feels like it did the same. I held on to echoes that weren't mine, chasing pieces across the line. Love turned into a silent plea, and yet I find you haunting me. I'm learning how to let it go, even if I'll never know the goodbye you never explain. Echoes louder than the rain. Every memory I tried to save crashes into the empty space. You vanished without a sign, left me with questions lost in time. The goodbye you never explained still lingers in my veins. Maybe some doors are meant to reopen, maybe some hearts are meant to stay, but I keep walking through the ashes of the words you didn't say. The goodbye you never explained will never break the love that remains. I will carry the lessons, the ache, and learn to breathe despite the shake. Though you vanished without a sign, I'll find my peace in my own time. The goodbye you never explained will never touch what I became. I whisper to the empty air, thank you for the love we shared, even if you never explained. I learned how to speak softer so you wouldn't turn away. I shrank my needs to silence just to make you stay. I left room in every sentence, hoping you would step inside, but you filled the world with noise and never saw what I set aside. I bend myself around your days like love was something small. You never felt me disappearing, you never felt it at all. There was space you never noticed, right beside your light. I was standing in the quiet while you chased another light. There was space you never noticed, where my heart remained. I was making room for you while you never did the same. Saved you a place in my future with your name underlined. You treated love like a visitor, something passing through your time. I waited in between your choices, like a pause you could ignore. You never saw me holding open what you never walked toward. kept the door from closing tight in case you changed your mind. But you mistook my patience for something you could leave behind. There was space you never noticed in every breath I gave. I was quietly choosing us while you were halfway gone already. There was space you never noticed in the way I stayed. I was building something sacred. You were just passing through the days. Oh, maybe love should take up room. Maybe it should be seen. I shouldn't have to fade myself to fit inside your dreams. If you couldn't feel my absence when I was standing near, then losing you won't break me. It just makes the truth clear. There was space you never noticed, but I see it now. It was never meant to hold you. It was teaching me how. There was space you never noticed, and I'm reclaiming it tonight. I won't make myself smaller just to stay inside your life. The space you never noticed is finally mine. We were still learning how to laugh again, still leaving coffee warm on the table. You said forever like it had time, like love was something stable. I was counting days we hadn't lived, dreams we hadn't dared to try. Then you said my name like an ending before I learned how to say goodbye. I thought we were just beginning, but you were already done. I was holding on to the moment you were landing from. Your goodbye came early, before my heart could understand. Your side of the bed stayed untouched, like it knew you wouldn't return. I replayed every quiet promise, trying to see where it burned. You spoke like you thought it through. Let the leaving was an act of grace, but I was still inside the story. You erased the final page. I didn't know love could end before it ever felt complete. I was still believing in us while you were retreating. Your goodbye came early, before I learned how to be strong. I was still calling you my home. You had already moved on. Your goodbye came early, before my heart could prepare. You left me holding a future. You decided not to share. Maybe timing never looks one. Maybe hearts don't always align. But you don't leave someone slowly when they're still calling you mine. I won't beg love to wait, that already chose to flee. If goodbye came early for you, it came on time for me. Your goodbye came early, but my healing came right on time. I won't mourn what you abandoned. I'll protect what's still mine. Your goodbye came early, but I finally see the truth. You left before love was tested. I stayed long enough to choose. You left before I was ready. Now I'm ready without you. Your suitcase stayed by the doorway, but your eyes were already gone. You smiled like you were kept reading between your pauses, trying to fix what I felt. You were halfway out the moment I still called us we to myself. I confuse your silence for patience and distance for space to heal. I didn't know you had already left. I was loving what wasn't real. I stayed after you, checked out, kept the lights on, kept the doubt, told myself you turn around while you were nowhere won't be found. I stayed after you, checked out, held the room, held the sound. You left without saying goodbye. I stayed to watch us die. Your words felt rented, never owned, like promises with an end date. I waited for you to feel again while you learned how to escape. I memorized your leaving signs, the way your touch grew thin. You didn't break my heart all at once. You slowly checked out within. I stopped asking you to apart. I stayed once, now I'm out. I stayed when I shouldn't have. Now I'm walking back to me. Used to fill the room with sound. Now even echoes feel afraid. The walls remember how we laughed, but won't repeat the things you said. I talk to spaces you walk through, like they might answer me again. But every night just proves the truth. You're gone and quiet, moved right in. I waited for your voice to break the stillness you left behind. Silence stayed and slowly learned every fear I hide. When silence learned my name, it started calling me at night. Every memory fell louder when there was nothing left to fight. You disappear without a sound, but silence stayed and took your place. Now I'm answering the quiet. When silence learned my name. Your goodbye never found the words. It just arrived in smaller days, and messages that stopped too soon, and love that looked the other way. I carried conversations that never reached your side. The quiet knows my heartbeat now better than you ever did. That time you left me standing in between what was and what we'd never be. And somehow silence stayed long enough to understand all of me. When silence learned my name, it held me when you wouldn't stay. Every unanswered question began to sound the same. You moved on like nothing broke, but I still feel the change. Now I'm learning how to breathe with silence saying my name. Maybe love doesn't always scream. Maybe it fades then disappears. But no one warned me quiet could remember me this clear. I don't miss the way you left. I miss the way you didn't try. You gave your absence to the world and left the silence mine. When silence learned my name, it stopped feeling like a threat. It taught me how to sit with pain without begging you to stay yet. I won't chase what wouldn't choose to fight for me the same. I survived the nights alone. When silence learned my name, I still hear you in my past, but I don't answer back. Silence knows me well enough to finally let me. tracing where you used to stand. Your coffee cup, your quiet shoes, still waiting like they understand. The light comes in but feels too wide, like something's missing from the air. I smile now but only half, the rest of me still isn't there. You never slam the door goodbye, you just faded step by step, and somehow that hurt deeper than every word you never said. I loved you in the spaces you left, in the pauses between my breath, in the nights where your name stayed loud, but your voice was nowhere around. I held on where you slipped away, loved the silence, you couldn't stay. I loved you in the spaces you left, when you were already elsewhere. Your absence learned my daily life, it knows exactly when I fall. I talk to you in crowded rooms, still feel the quiet most of all. They say time heals, but no one tells how slow it moves when love stays true. I don't miss who you are today, was gone. I loved you in the spaces you left, but I don't live there anymore. By the doorway, but your eyes were already gone. You smiled like you were listening, while your heart had moved on. I kept reading between your pauses, trying to fix what I felt. You were halfway out the moment I still called us sweet to myself. I confused your silence for patience and distance for space to heal. I didn't know you had already left. I was loving what wasn't real. I stayed after you checked out, kept the lights on, kept the doubt, told myself you turn around while you found to be fine. I stayed after you checked out, held the room, held the sound. You left without saying goodbye. I stayed to watch us die. Your words felt rented, never owned, like promises with an end date. I waited for you to feel again while you learn how to escape. I memorized your leaving signs, the way your touch grew thin. to me. Your keys were on my table, your laugh lived in my room. I folded my tomorrows around the shape of you. I learned your morning silence, the way you drank your tea. I called it all forever, you never promised me. I mistook comfort for certainty and closeness for truth. I thought staying meant safety until I started losing you. You were home until you weren't, until the warmth went cold. One day I reached for you and found an empty hold. You were home until you weren't, until love changed its tone. I didn't lose my shelter, I lost what I called home. I kept the light on waiting, like you'd come back inside. But homes don't lock you out when you're still trying. I packed away the memories that smelled like you and rain. Realized a home that hurts you is just another kind of pain. I stopped knocking on your silence, stopped calling absence care. I learned love doesn't leave you standing nowhere. You were home until you weren't, until I stood alone. I built my world around you, you never built your own. You were home until you weren't, until I saw the truth. A place that breaks your heart is not a home for you. Now I build walls with windows, not doors that beg to stay. I choose rooms filled with honesty and love that doesn't fade. If I ever call someone home again, they'll know how to remain. You were home until you weren't, and that still hurts sometimes. But I won't live in ruins, calling it a sign. I'll find a place that holds me without making me plead. This heart deserves a home that stays with me. You were my home once, now I'm learning to be mine. To confuse chaos with passion, pain meant it was real. I memorized your cold silences, like that's how love should feel. I stayed where I was shrinking, called it loyalty and grace. I didn't know love could be quiet without leaving a trace. I blame my heart for breaking when it was never wrong. It was just learning the difference between staying and being strong. Love doesn't hurt like this anymore. It doesn't beg, it doesn't bruise, it doesn't leave you doubting everything you choose. Love doesn't shake your breathing or keep you up at night. If it feels like losing yourself, then it isn't love, not anymore. I stopped romanticizing survival, stop calling pain deep. I learned real love feels steady, not something you have to keep. Your absence taught me gently what presence should be like. Someone who stays in the daylight, not just holds you at night. I don't flinch when someone's held, or wait for the fall Stopped checking my phone at night. Stopped hoping you'd feel it too. The room stayed the same somehow, but I learned how to breathe without you. Your name stopped hidden like glass when silence filled every space. I didn't rush to feel okay, I let time take its place. I didn't post my strength online, didn't need applause or proof. I fell apart in private rooms and stitched myself with truth. I healed quietly without you, no dramatic last goodbye, just 1,000 small decisions not to ask you why. I learned to hold my own heart when yours slipped out of view. I didn't win, I didn't lose, I healed quietly without you. I wore my sadness like a coat till it didn't fit my skin. I forgave the nights I stayed for love that never settled in. Your memory softened its voice, stopped calling me by pain. It visits now like an old song I don't need to change. I stopped rewriting history, stopped begging it to bend. Some chapters don't need closure, just a gentle end. I healed quietly without you, while the world kept moving on. I found peace in ordinary days where your shadow was gone. I learned I wasn't broken, just human, bruised and true. I didn't rise from heartbreak loud, I healed quietly without you. Maybe love isn't forever, maybe it's a season we survive. You were part of who I was, not who I'd be for life. I don't hate you for leaving or myself for staying through. I thank the girl who stayed soft and still made it through. I healed quietly without you, no revenge, no grand display, just choosing myself again in a slower, braver way. I still believe in something real, I just believe in me now too. If you ever wonder how I'm doing, I healed quietly without you. Some miracles happen silently, and I became one too. Didn't hear the door that day, no dramatic words to say, just a shift in how you breathe like you'd already left me. Your jacket stayed behind the chair, but your eyes were never there. I smiled like nothing changed, while my chest felt rearranged. I kept asking what went wrong, like answers still belong to me. But my pulse was already shaking, like it knew what I couldn't see. My heart talked about us in future tense, like hope could pay the rent. I planned around your absence, called it patience instead. You laughed a little softer than your touch didn't stay as long. I called it just a moment, but my body knew I was wrong. I trusted words you didn't mean, ignored the weight inside my chest. Funny how my heart remembers what my mind tried to forget. My heart memorized your exit, every step you didn't take. It braced itself for emptiness with every promise you would break. You faded slowly, quietly, like I wouldn't feel the change. But my heart learned how to lose you long before you knew my name. Maybe love is just a warning written deep inside our veins. We feel it before it happens, before the truth explains. I won't blame myself for staying when you already had a plan. I loved with my whole nervous system. You left like only a man can. My heart memorized your exit, but it didn't harden shut. It still believes in something real. Even after us, I won't unlearn the way I loved, or wish I felt less pain. My heart remembers how you left, but it still knows my name. You walked away without a sound, but my heart heard everything. I was still learning how to breathe, with your name tangled in my sleep. Every promise half unsaid, still hanging in the words we never meant. I built tomorrow in my head, with fragile hope and borrowed plans. You were already closing doors, while I was standing where we began. I thought silence meant hold on, didn't know it meant goodbye. I was counting all our reasons while you were learning how to lie. You left before I was ready, before my heart knew how to fall. I was still choosing you daily. You were already done with us all. You left me mid-sentence, mid-dream, like love was a page you could tell. I stayed where the truth was breaking. You left before I could prepare. I replay moments like they change, as if time could bend for pain. Your smile felt thinner near the end, but I called it just a phase. I carried us on tired faith, while you traveled light and free. I held on to what we were, you held on to who you'd be. I mistook distance for space to heal, didn't see you drifting far. You were already letting go, I was still naming all our You left before I was ready, but I'm learning how to heal. I won't chase ghosts of yesterday or doubt the pain I feel. You left before I was ready, but I stayed long enough to grow. I love deeper than you ever knew, and now I finally let you go. I wasn't ready when you left, but I'll be ready for myself. Kept my phone on silent loud. Every breath was hoping you'd come around. The clock learned how to lie to me, saying time would heal eventually. I wore your absence like a coat, too heavy for the nights I chose. Every maybe kept me still, every promise never fulfilled. I asked the dark how long to stay. It whispered you're allowed to walk away. It was the night I stopped waiting, stopped believing love needs breaking. I laid your name down on the floor, didn't need it anymore. I watched the stars not care at all, and felt my heart begin to fall free. It was the night I stopped waiting and finally chose me. I found myself in quiet air, no more pretending you were there. Your memory lost its hold when I stopped doing what I was told. I forgave the girl I used to be for begging love to notice me. I let the silence speak its truth, that I was more than passing through. I saw my worth in the dim light when I stopped calling your name. It ended with me still alive. Packed your name in every goodbye, like I could fold it small enough to hide. You said you needed space to breathe, but I was still holding what we used to be. The days kept moving, I stayed behind, counting moments you left undefined. You walked away like it was a lie. I stayed to feel every goodbye twice. I let go slower than you did. I stayed when love still lived. You dropped us like a finish line. I reread every sign. You learned how to forget me fast. I learned how to make the feeling last. I let go slower than you did, and it broke me bit by bit. Your laughter doesn't haunt the room. It's worse, it's how it vanished too soon. I talk to silence like it knows the shape of you, the way you'd go. I kept the promises you outgrew, like they still belong to me and you. You called it over clean and clear. I called it love, I stayed right here. I let go slower than you did. I stayed where love still lived. You closed the door without a sound. I searched for reasons all around. You moved on like it didn't last. I lived inside the aftermath. I let go slower than you did, and it broke me bit by bit. Maybe I love deeper, not wrong. Maybe holding on took me too long. But hearts don't heal on even ground. Some fall quiet, some break loud. I let go slower than you did, but I'm still standing as I carried us when you were gone. I felt the night stretch for too long. You forgot the weight we shared. I learned how heavy love can get. I let go slower than you did, but I survived every step. One day I'll say your name and feel no way, but tonight I'm still learning how to go brave. trace the lines where your hand once lay. Every corner whispers of yesterday. The laughter froze before it bloomed. Now empty rooms are all I've assumed. I replay the nights that never came, the words we never said, the unspoken flame. Even the silence held the weight of all the love we couldn't translate. I keep reaching for shadows you left. Every almost tears me to that. What we almost were still hurts. The echoes of us feel the worst. Moments that slip through our hands. Promises we didn't understand. I still feel you in every start, in the quiet breaking of my heart. What we almost were still hurts. And leaves me standing in reverse. I walk past places we could have known. Each step reminds me I'm alone. Your smile lingers in fading light. I chase it through the lonely night. Every plan that never came true, every dream I shared with you. Even the stars seem to pretend that some things just don't ever end. I hold the pieces of our might have been, learning how to let go within. What we almost were still hurts. The echoes of us feel the worst. Moments that slip through our hands. Promises we didn't understand. I still feel you in every star, in the quiet breaking of my heart. What we almost were still hurts. And leaves me standing reverse. Maybe time will dull the ache, but some memories never break. I forgive the love we left unsaid, and cradle every tear I shed. What we almost were still hurts, but I'm learning life can still aside. Strength in places you couldn't stay. Love in ways that won't decay. Even if the past calls my name, I can rise from the hurt and pain. What we almost were still hurts. But I'll live beyond the verse. I let the shadows rest tonight. Carry the almost out of sight. You stopped asking how my days have been, but somehow I still knew when I came in. The room got loud with things unsaid while you slept peaceful in your head. I spoke in pauses, you looked away. Like distance was something you learned to felt smaller every time you answered love with borrowed time. You never raised your voice or left a trace, but absence started wearing your face. Your silence learned my name, said it softly every time you turned away. You knew exactly where I'd break, showed up when you chose escape. You never said goodbye out loud, but quiet taught me what you meant by now. Your silence learned my name and called me lonely all the same. I waited for words you never owned, still packed my heart where you'd unload. You listened without staying near, heard my fear but disappeared. Love felt one-sided in slow motion. I drowned in almost devotion. You mastered the art of staying calm while I kept bleeding in your arms. I begged for truth you wouldn't say, so quiet, did it in your place. Your silence learned my name, memorized the sound of all my pain. It stood between what we became and everything you couldn't claim. You never promised, never lied, just let me hold while you withdrew inside. Your silence learned my name and left before the blame. But maybe love shouldn't hurt this clean, or fade behind invisible seams. But I stayed talking to empty space until quiet answered in your place. Your silence learned my name, but I won't answer it the same. I won't chase echoes down the hall or beg for words you won't recall. You taught me lost without a sound, but I'm the one still standing now. Your silence learned my name, now I'm learning how to walk away. I won't wait where nothing speaks. Some goodbyes are quiet, but they still ring. Folding my days around your name, like it was something safe to say. You promised nothing, still I hope, built a future out of things you never wrote. I learned your moods are quiet signs. Ignore the warning every time. I thought love meant I'd understand. my phone lit up with light. I rewrote endings in my head. Where you turn back, where words are said, but reality was cold and clear. You were gone long before you disappeared. I was holding on to what we were. You were practicing how not to hurt. I loved you longer than you stayed. Counted the days you threw away. You smiled like nothing had changed, while my heart learned to rearrange. You moved on in quieter ways, left me alone with what remained. I loved you longer than you stayed, and paid the price you never paid. Maybe love was never meant to last. Maybe timing always cuts too fast. But I know this much is true to me. I stayed where you stopped choosing we. I loved you longer than you stayed, long after your goodbye decayed. I carried hope you couldn't hold, loved you warm while you went cold. You closed the door without regret. I'm the one who hears it yet. I loved you longer than you stayed. Now I'm learning how to walk away. I love again, just not that way. Not longer than someone decides to stay. The room feels wider than it should, like it's missing something good. Every chair knows how you sat, every corner whispers back. I didn't break when you walked out. I stayed too calm, I stayed too proud. Now the quiet hits too deep, like pain learning how to breathe. I thought the hurt would fade with time, but it learned my daily life. Everything hurts where you used to be. Every space remembers you and me. Even joy feels incomplete, like it's standing on weak knees. I don't cry, I don't fall apart. I just take in every part. Everything hurts where you used to be, and I don't know who I'm meant to be. Your name doesn't break my chest, it just lingers and never rests. Like a bruise I learned to hide, under moments I survive. I pass the places we once knew, they feel empty, dressed as new. I smile like I've healed enough, but healing's not the same as love. with you. Everything hurts where you used to be. Even laughter sounds too thin. Every dream lost gravity when you weren't there to lean in. I don't scream, I don't fall apart. I just carry the aftershock. Everything hurts where you used to be. Like my heart forgot how not to need. Maybe pain is love with nowhere to go. Maybe letting go is learning it slow. I don't want you back inside my days. I just want the hurting to change its shape. Everything hurts where you used to be, but it's softer than it was before. I can breathe through the memory. I don't collapse on the floor. I survived what I couldn't see. I outgrew the version of me. Everything hurts where you used to be, but I'm still here, and that's healing. Some wounds don't close, they just stop bleeding. Learned your name in heartbeats, not in words we used to say. Every silence had a rhythm, only I could feel that way. You never left your footsteps on the floor or on the street, but you settled somewhere deeper, where my breath and blood still meet. I don't hear you when I'm calling, I don't see you when I turn, but my body keeps on knowing every place you didn't burn. Your memory sleeps in my pulse, like it never learned to go. Every beat repeats the moment I was loving you alone. I don't cry the way I used to, I don't break, I just exist. Your memory sleeps in my pulse, like a secret I can't dismiss. I fold the days like letters, never sent but never gone. I speak your name in whispers when the night is holding on. You don't haunt my dreams anymore, you don't call me in my sleep. You just stay beneath the surface where my heart refuses peace. I'm forgiven what you couldn't, I've released what I can bear, but some love lives in the body, even when the mind's repaired. Your memory sleeps in my pulse, soft and steady, never loud. It doesn't hurt the way it did then, it just weighs me like a cloud. I moved on in all the right ways, still there's something I can't lose. Your memory sleeps in my pulse, like a truth I didn't choose. future beats brand new. I don't need you to be near me. My heart remembers enough. Still holds your shadow like you never learned to fade. Your coffee cup remembers every morning that we played. The city sleeps without you, but I stay wide awake, counting all the moments I forgot to save. They say time is a healer, but it skips a few scars. Every night I look upward, and there you are. The moon still knows your name, whispers it through silver light, while I pretend I'm stronger than these lonely nights. The world keeps moving on, but I stay the same. The moon still knows your name. Your laugh lives in the hallway of a house I don't go back. I packed up all the memories, still left a piece unpacked. I've learned how not to miss you in the daylight's frame, but the dark keeps asking why I'm still the one in pain. I don't cry like I used to, I don't call anymore, but my heart still listens for footsteps at the door. The moon still knows your name, writes it softly in the sky. Every star's a reminder of a past goodbye. I tell myself I'm fine, but the truth remains. The moon still knows your name. Maybe love doesn't vanish, maybe it just hides in the quiet between heartbeats, in the pull of the tide. If you ever look upward when the night feels strange, know there's something above us that still says your name. The moon still knows your name, but I'm learning mine again. I won't erase the story, just won't live it in my head. If loving you was a season, I survived the rain. The moon still knows your name, but I don't need the pain. We were flames beneath the twilight, burning brighter than we knew. Every promise fell like sunlight, falling soft between us two. But the nights grew cold and quiet, where our memories used to shine. Now I'm standing in the silence, tracing ruins of your line. I held on like it could save us, even when the sky turned gray. But the truth felt like an ember, and it carried you away. Now I'm holding the ashes of our forever. They slip through my fingers like fading weather. I reach for your warmth, but it's gone, it's gone. And the fire we swore would always burn on. Now I'm left with the ashes of our forever, trying to breathe in a world without your tether. I replay the final moment where your voice began to fade. Every heartbeat felt uncertain, like a vow we couldn't save. I still whisper to the shadows as if they could bring you near. But the wind keeps stealing answers, only leaving me the fear. I keep searching for the reason why forever turned to dust. But the past won't hold together when there's nothing left to trust. Now I'm holding the ashes of our forever. They slip through my fingers like fading weather. I reach for your warmth, but it's gone, it's gone. And the fire we swore would always burn on. Now I'm left with the ashes of our forever, trying to breathe in a world without your tether. Maybe love was just a wildfire, blazing bright before its fall. Maybe losing you was learning how to rise when I've lost all. Still I'm holding the ashes of our forever, but I'm learning to stand through broken weather. I'll carry your light even when it's gone, though the fire we had will never burn on. I'll let go of the ashes of our forever, and somehow find a softer place to remember. When the morning feels much clearer, I'll breathe once more and close the door on the ashes of our forever. our Sundays like they were nothing new. Left your coffee on the counter like you always used to do. I replayed every smile, searching for the crack. Did I miss the moment when your heart turned back? You said, I'm just tired. I believe the lie. Love shouldn't disappear without a goodbye. You're leaving, didn't warn me. No sign, no sound, no clue. One day we were breathing, the next I was losing you. You walked out so quietly, like love was never true. Your leaving didn't warn me, but it shattered me in two. I keep your jacket by the door, like it still belongs. Every empty hallway echoes what went wrong. Friends say time will fix it, but time just makes me see how someone so close could drift so far from me. You planned a future, I memorized every line. How did forever run out of time? Your leaving didn't warn me. No storm, no final plea. You erased tomorrow like it wasn't meant for me. You said you need our freedom, but I was left to bleed. Your leaving didn't warn me. It stole the best of me. Maybe love can fade without a sound. Maybe hearts can leave while bodies stick around. But I'm learning now from the pain you gave that sudden endings still teach us how to break. Your leaving didn't warn me, but I survived the fall. I picked myself from pieces, learned I'm stronger after all. You may not have chosen me, but I choose me too. Your leaving didn't warn me, but I found a truth. If love ever leaves again, I'll see the signs in time. No more loving in the dark. No more losing mine. No more losing mine. The room is louder when you're gone. Every clock ticks like it's wrong. I hear your name in passing cars and have forgotten radio songs. Your absence hums beneath my skin, a low note I can't tune out. It's everywhere I've ever been, but never where I am now. Silence isn't empty here, it's filled with everything we were. If I'm missing you had a sound, it'd be the echo Your ghost still walks through midnight talks I never meant to keep. I sleep with words I never said, still burning underneath. I turn the volume of my life down just to feel you near. But every song I try to play brings back the way you disappeared. I trade the noise of being strong just to hear where we went wrong. If missing you had a sound, it'd be the echo after love breaks down. A quiet scream I never make, a record skipping on your name. It wouldn't fade, it wouldn't drown, it'd follow me through every town. If missing you had a sound, it'd be the loudest one I've found. Maybe one day I'll learn the tune of living life without you. But right now, every beat I hear still thinks that you're supposed to be here. If missing you had a sound, I'd finally let it out. I'd let it shake, I'd let it cry, till the silence learns goodbye. It won't define me, but right now it's teaching me how to feel it out. If missing you had a sound, I'd turn it down, but not yet now, until the quiet learns my name. I'll listen to the love that remains. The morning came, the sunlight burned, but your shadow never returned. I whispered hopes into the air, hoping you'd hear them anywhere. Coffee cooled on the edge of the sink. I caught your scent, then let it sink. The day moved on, but I remained, waiting for a love that never stayed. Every step I took without your hand, I felt like walking on unsteady sand. You didn't stay for my tomorrow, left me with memories and borrowed sorrow. Every dream I built for two fell apart when I still loved you. The stars rose high while you were gone, and I faced the night all alone. You didn't stay for my tomorrow, but I find light beyond the sorrow. I wore your jacket just to breathe, the warmth that gave a fleeting reprieve. Your laugh still lingers in my mind, a melody I can't rewind. I trace the moments that slipped away, held on to words I couldn't say. the dark, the sunlight warms, and I rebuild my quiet storm. The city glows in borrowed cheer, windows laugh, but I'm not there. Carols float like distant stars, they don't know where my heart is. Your name hides in every street, wrapped in lights I used to need. It's Christmas Eve, the world feels near, but you're the one who's disappeared. I smile for strangers passing by, while holding tears I won't let cry. It's a silent Christmas Eve, snow falls where you used to be. Every wish I didn't say hangs like frost that won't melt away. They say peace is everywhere, but my hands are cold from empty prayers. On this quiet Christmas Eve, I'm learning how to miss you gently. I said one cup and caught my breath, almost called you, then I left. Your sweater sleeps on the chair, like you might still come back here. The clock hums soft, the night is kind, teaching me to slow my mind. I light a candle, small and brave, for the love I couldn't say. Maybe healing wears a softer face when I stop asking time to wait. It's a silent Christmas Eve, snow falls where you used to be. Every wish I didn't say hangs like frost that won't melt away. They say peace is everywhere, but my hands are cold from empty prayers. On this quiet Christmas Eve, I'm learning how to miss you gently. If angels listen tonight, tell them I tried. I gave my heart without defense and loved you without condition. was undecided, halfway between the sun and rain. You were a chapter I wasn't ready, but somehow I read every page. We laughed like time was generous, like it would wait for us to grow. But love doesn't ask for readiness, it only asks to show. I felt it bloom before its time, a flower fighting the wrong climate. We loved out of season when hearts were in sync. You gave me reasons, but never enough to keep. We tried to make summer stay in the middle of falling days. We loved out of season and paid for it in the end. You needed space, I needed roots. We stood on different sides of truth. I wanted now, you wanted someday, but someday never chose to stay. I watched you drift with changing light, while I was holding on to spring. We weren't wrong, just misaligned, wanting different things. I still wonder who we'd be if time had learned to wait for me. We loved out of season when hearts weren't in sync. You gave me reasons, but never enough to keep. We tried to make summer stay in the middle of falling days. We loved out of season and paid for it in the end. Maybe love needs the right weather, not just two hearts holding on. Maybe timing is what measures if a fire stays or it's gone. We moved out of season, but I don't regret the pain. Some loves are only meant to teach us what we're not meant to claim. I'll carry the one you gave, even as the leaves all change. We loved out of season, and I still feel it when it rains. Oh, not every love is meant to last. Some just pass through like seasons do. Used to say my name like a prayer, it was something you'd always care. Every syllable felt safe in your hands, like I belonged where you'd stand. Now my name falls from your mouth like a word you don't say out loud. I hear it echoing yesterday, where your love used to stay. You touch my life without a sound, then let it slip and never turn around. Those hands that used to hold my name now don't even reach my way. You learned how to let me fade like I was easy to erase. I stayed when your touch grew cold, still believing in what we told. Those hands that used to hold my name are the reason I still ache. I watched you stop remembering me, like forgetting was a kind of mercy. Your silence dressed itself as peace, while I broke quiet underneath. I traced the lines where love once lived, on promises you didn't keep. You didn't mean to change so much, but you forgot the weight of touch. You kept my heart, but not my truth. I was still choosing us, not you. Those hands that used to hold my name now don't even reach my way. You learned how to let me fade like I was easy to erase. I stayed when your touch grew cold, still believing in what we told. Those hands that used to hold my name are the reason I still hate. Maybe love isn't meant to last, maybe memories move too fast, but I deserve a gentler end than being forgotten by your hand. Those hands that used to hold my name taught me how to stand in the rain. I won't beg to be remembered now, I'll say my name out loud somehow. You let go before I knew, but I rebuild what wasn't true. Those hands that used to hold my name no longer get to hold my pain. Carry my name with my own hands now. You used to hear me in the noise, now I'm back round to your voice. I watched your eyes stop asking why, like I faded while standing by. You stopped reaching in the dark, long before we fell apart. I was still holding us so tight, while you were already gone inside. You didn't leave all at once, you left in pieces every month. You forgot me before you let go, before the goodbye, before the no. I was loving you out loud, while you learned how to live without. You didn't slam the door, noticed you stopped saying my name, like it carried too much weight. Your silence learned to answer me with empty words and sympathy. You smiled through our final days like I was something you misplaced. I kept fighting for what was real. You were practicing how not to feel. You held my hand but not my heart. You were already halfway apart. You forgot me before you let go, before the goodbye, before the no. I was loving you out loud while you learned how to live without. You didn't slam the door, you just closed your eyes, left me here wondering when love died. You forgot me before you let go, and that hurts more than you'll ever know. Maybe leaving is kinder than staying numb, but I wish you had told me when you were done. I was still building something true while you were already saying goodbye. You forgot me before you let go, but I won't forget the strength I grew. I love with everything I had, even when you were already past. You didn't be so cold, but I felt it in the way you spoke. You forgot me before you let go. Now I'm learning how to let you go. I deserve to be remembered, at least until the end. We built a world inside our heads, dreams folded neatly in our hands. Every someday felt close and real, like time would bend down. We feel. I learned your fears, you learned my face. We thought love meant we had all the space, but nothing warned me I would lose half a lifetime when I lost you. I thought forever moved in lines. I never knew it could collapse in time. You fit a lifetime in one just half of it, and I'll be your mornings before the sun, your tired smiles when the day is done. I knew the weight you never showed, held every fear you wouldn't unload. I was the pause between your fights, the calm you leaned on every night. But somehow when the storm was through, you forgot everything I was to you. I gave you shelter, not a stage, but you left me standing in yesterday. I was everything I was to you, but you were only passing through. I bent my heart to fit your pain, while you walked free and stayed the same. I stayed when loving hurt the most. You let me fade like a silent ghost. I was everything I was to you, but you never were what I was to you. I memorized the cracks in your voice, heard every doubt, still made the choice to love you gently, love you deep, while you were learning how to leave. I carried us when you felt weak, put your needs ahead of me, but when it came time to choose the truth, you chose the road without me too. I held on longer than I should, believing more than I understood. I was everything I was to you, but you were only passing through. I bent my heart to fit your pain, where you walked free and stayed the same. I stayed when loving hurt the most. You let me fade like a silent ghost. I was everything I was to you, but you never were what I was to you. Maybe loving you was my mistake, maybe giving more was all it took to break. But I won't apologize for being true, for loving deeper than you knew. I was everything I was to you, every promise I held came true. I lost myself just to make you whole, paid the price with my own soul. Now I'm learning how to choose a heart that won't be used. I was everything I was to you, and now I'll be that for me too. You took my love and set it free, and now it's finally coming back to me. sound of your breath. The quiet rhythm I thought would never end. But now the nights feel heavier instead. Like every shadow remembers what you said. Your absence settles softly on my skin. A gentle ache that keeps pulling me in. I stand in rooms where you once stood, trying to feel the echoes I understood. And every unspoken word you left behind still circles slowly in the corners of my mind. It's the way your silence held me, stronger than your arms ever could be, wrapped in all the things you didn't say, tangled in the quiet that made me stay. You let me drown without a sound, still I waited, hoping you'd come around. It's the way your silence held me long after you stopped needing me. I tried to read the truth between your sighs, searching for meaning in the fading of your eyes. You touched my hand like you were halfway gone, a lingering warmth that never lasted long. I learned your distance more than I learned your voice. A love that never gave me any choice. We spoke in heartbeats soft and slow, until the quiet grew too loud to hold. And I kept holding on to every fragile part, even when it kept breaking my heart. It's the way your silence held me, stronger than your arms ever could be, wrapped in all the things you didn't say, tangled in the quiet that made me stay. You let me drown without a sound, still I waited, hoping you'd come around. It's the way your silence held me long after you stopped needing me. Maybe your quiet wasn't meant for me. Maybe I tried too hard to set you free, but I still feel the weight of what you didn't speak. A tenderness that left me weak. It's the way your silence held me in the spaces where love used to be. Though I tried to listen through the ache, every whisper proved it was too late. You let me fall with no goodbye, just the softness of a fading sky. It's the way your silence held me, but it won't be the end of me. Your quiet fades, and finally so do I. I still said the table for two. Even though it's only me and the quiet now, your chair waits like it remembers you somehow. I walk around the things you didn't take, everything untouched for memory's sake. I breathe softly like I might hear you call, but the room just echoes nothing at all. I keep pretending someday you'll return, even when I know the truth still burns. I still keep the space you left, like a promise I never learned to forget. Your shadow lingers in every step, a ghost of love that hasn't left. Even when my heart knows best, I still keep the space you left. Your hoodie hangs where you last placed it, like time froze the moment you erased it. Your name still whispers in the air at night. I trace the memories like fragile lines, hoping they won't fade with time. But every sunrise proves me wrong again, and every sunset feels like losing you then. I try to fill the silence with something new, but nothing fits the shape of you. I still keep the space you left, like a promise I never learned to forget. Your shadow lingers in every step, a ghost of love that hasn't left. Even when my heart knows best, I still keep the space you left. Maybe healing means I have to move the chair. Maybe letting go means clearing all that's there. But every time I try, I fall apart instead, because love still sleeps in the place you left. I still keep the space you left, but I'm learning slowly how to breathe again. Even if the echoes still feel like regret, and the quiet wraps around all that's been. One day I'll stand where the pain has slept, but tonight I still keep the space you left. The room stays still, your absence stays loud, but I'll find my way out somehow. walking through the quiet where your footprints used to be. The walls still hold your laughter, but they never speak to me. I sit with all the memories like I'm hosting ghosts at dawn, trying to find the pieces of a love that's long been gone. I keep reaching for the moments that slip right through your hands. You taught me how a heart can break without a single play. Your absence doesn't miss me back. It never calls my name at night. It doesn't ache the way I do, or struggle with the fading light. Your silence isn't searching for what we used to be. Your absence keeps on living like it never was. Help me. I still trace the lines of yesterday on a heart that won't forget. The stories in your shadow are the ones I regret. Love shouldn't feel like waiting for something that won't return, but I keep lighting candles for a flame that never burns. You let our song fall quiet like it never had a tune, but I still hear the echo every night beneath the moon. Your absence doesn't miss me back. It never calls my name at night. It doesn't ache the way I do, or struggle with the fading light. Your silence isn't searching for what we used to be. Your absence keeps on living like it never was. Help me. Maybe love is just a lesson carved in places we can't see. Maybe losing you is learning what still remains in me. But even in the healing, there's a truth I can't ignore. You left without a backward glance, and I'm still standing at the door. Your absence doesn't miss me back, but I'll stop waiting for its call. I'll gather all the broken pieces and rise above the fall. Your silence isn't searching for the girl you used to know, so I'll breathe without your shadow and finally let you go. Some goodbyes don't echo, some memories don't stay, but I'll learn to grow in spaces where your absence fades away. Kept the quiet pieces of you folded deep in pockets of my heart. Your shadow lingers in the doorway, like a truth that tears me apart. I trace the silence on my skin, where your warmth used to live. Every breath still stumbles over all the things we couldn't give. I tried to hold the light you left, but it slips right through my hands. I learned that loving you meant learning how to break and stand. All the unsaid things between my ribs are trembling like a fault line in the dark. Every word I never spoke still beating softly in my heart. You were the ache I couldn't name, the goodbye I never chose, and now I walk with empty echoes where you're fading and memory grows. Your laughter still haunts my windows, like a ghost refusing to go. I map the spaces of our distance in the parts of me you'll never know. I held on to the almost moments where we nearly learned to stay, but love that's halfway to the finish still finds a reason to slip away. I tried to stitch the hurting shut, but the seams kept breaking wide. 'Cause loving you was learning how to lose and how to hide. All the unsaid things between my ribs are trembling like a fault line in the dark. Every word I never spoke still beating softly in my heart. You were the ache I couldn't name, the goodbye I never chose, and now I walk with empty echoes where your fading memory grows. If I could gather every silence and turn them into something true, I'd place them gently in your hands, so you know I once loved you. But time has taken all the softness and left only what remains. A quiet girl, a quiet heartbreak, and the ghost of your name. All the unsaid things between my ribs still whisper like a prayer I can't release. Every memory of you dissolves but never fully gives me peace. You were the ache I couldn't name, the wound I learned to breathe through, and in the hollow of my chest lives a love that once was you. Maybe someday the silence will finally let me go. But till then you stay unspoken in the deepest part I never show. remember how the sunlight touched your face, the quiet glow that made the world feel safe. But even daylight couldn't keep you near. You slipped away before I felt the fear. Now every corner of this empty room still carries traces of a love that left too soon. And I keep chasing ghosts you left behind, trying to outrun the shadows in my mind. I'm lost in the echo of your last smile, the one that faded as you walked another mile. You left a silence I can't learn to tame, a missing heartbeat, a whisper in your name. Every memory lingers for a little while, but I'm still lost in the echo of your last smile. Your laughter lingers in the spaces of my chest, like something beautiful that never learned to rest. I trace the moments where we came undone, the weight of everything we almost could have become. I reach for pieces you no longer claim, but all I find is the ghost of your name. And I keep standing where the truth feels thin, hoping you'd look back one more time again. I'm lost in the echo of your last smile, the one that faded as you walked another mile. You left a silence I can't learn to tame, a missing heartbeat, a whisper in your name. Every memory lingers for a little while, but I'm still lost in the echo of your last smile. Maybe love was meant to bruise, a gentle ache we're destined to lose, but I still fall into the places where we tried, searching for the warmth you left behind. I'm lost in the echo of your last smile, but I'm learning how to breathe without denial. The quiet wounds you scattered in my hands are healing in ways I didn't understand. Every sorrow softens after a while, though I was lost in the echo of your last smile. I close my eyes, but this time I don't stay long. doorway after you were gone, thinking maybe you'd remember what we lost. Your jacket still hangs where you left your name, a quiet echo of the love you couldn't claim. I gather pieces of the things we tried, but some hearts break too gently to survive. And I keep searching for the reasons why you let go long before you said goodbye. 'Cause I had a heart too soft for your goodbye, too open for the way you chose to leave my side. You slipped away like someone fading from a dream, leaving me with promises you never meant to keep. I held on even when the truth was hard to find, but I had a heart too soft for your goodbye. The nights are longer than they used to be, filled with shadows of the way you looked at me. I trace your memory like a fragile line, one wrong touch and it all unwinds. You taught me gently how to lose, but never how to stop loving you. And I still stumble where your silence lies, trying to understand the reasons in your eyes. 'Cause I had a heart too soft for your goodbye, too open for the way you chose to leave my side. You slipped away like someone fading from a dream, leaving me with promises you never meant to keep. I held on even when the truth was hard to find, but I had a heart too soft for your goodbye. Maybe love was never meant to stay. Maybe we were built to fall away, but still I break in all the quiet places where your absence paints its empty traces. 'Cause I had a heart too soft for your goodbye, but now I'm learning how to breathe without the lies. You drifted off like a whisper, losing wind, but I'm finding strength in where your shadows end. I held on even when you left me wondering why, but no more, this heart's not soft for your goodbye. I close the door you left behind and take my softness back this time. held me softly when the lights were low, only when the world had no need to know. Your whispers lived where shadows stay, a hidden truth you never let me name. I learned to breathe in all your half-kept dreams, and hoped one day you'd choose to be seen. But love can't bloom where no one sees it grow, and I was waiting for a heart you couldn't show. You loved me only in the quiet, where no one else could hear your truth. You kept me somewhere safe and silent, but silence never felt like proof. I needed more than stolen moments, more than nights you wouldn't own. You loved me only in the quiet and left me loud and being alone. I traced the outlines of your secret fears, the parts you hid behind unspoken tears. You let me in, but only halfway through, enough to feel you, never enough to choose. And I kept hoping we would find our light, but you stayed folded in the safety of the night. And every promise faded before it reached your lips, a love you held too loosely in your fingertips. You loved me only in the quiet, where no one else could hear your truth. You kept me somewhere safe and silent, but silence never felt like proof. I needed more than stolen moments, more than nights you wouldn't own. You loved me only in the quiet and left me loud and being alone. Maybe you were scared of who we could become. Maybe I was scared of living half loved. But hearts weren't made for hidden rooms, and I've grown trying to fit inside yours too. You loved me only in the quiet, but I'm learning how to hear my voice, finding strength in the ones who see me, not the ones afraid to make a choice. I'm leaving all the whispered shadows and the love you never let unfold. You loved me only in the quiet, but I need more than being half told. So I step into the light where love won't need the night. used to lie. The waves still whisper secrets you left behind. Your laughter lingers in the dimming sky, a fading echo I keep replaying in my mind. I trace the footprints we almost made, but time washed them out like we were only a phase. And I still search the nights we used to claim, hoping starlight might say your name. Where the falling stars remember us, where the heavens keep the love we lost. Every spark a moment we couldn't save, every shimmer a promise we couldn't brave. You slipped away before the dawn broke through, but the sky holds what I couldn't hold of you. There in the dark, the falling stars remember us, even when you don't remember what we were. Your voice returns in fragments on the breeze, soft as a memory. I'm scared to breathe. I hold the twilight like it once held you, a fragile place where dreams almost came true. And though the night keeps pulling me apart, I still feel you written in the constellations of my heart. And I keep hoping the universe might rewrite the ending you left in the quiet of that night. Where the falling stars remember us, where the heavens keep the love we lost. Every spark a moment we couldn't save, every shimmer a promise we couldn't brave. You slipped away before the dawn broke through, but the sky holds what I couldn't hold of you. There in the dark, the falling stars remember us, even when you don't remember what we were. Maybe some loves burn too bright to stay. Maybe we were a wish the night couldn't keep safe. But when I look up, I still feel your touch in every star that falls too soon, too much. Where the falling stars remember us, and the night repeats the things we never discussed. Every heartbeat feels like a spark we knew, every tear shines with the ache of you. You walked away before our fate could trust, but somewhere above we're still luminous. There in the dark, the falling stars remember us, even if we're nothing more than dust. I lift my eyes and let the sky be where our memories survive. I held your promises like sunlight in my hand, believed every word you whispered in the dark. You painted futures on the walls of my heart, and walked away before they even had a chance. I tried to stand where your shadow used to be, but every step just pulled another piece of me. You taught me how to break, how to fall with no one left to catch the ache, how to breathe when every breath begins to shake. I didn't learn to leave, but you taught me how to break. Your memory lingers like fingerprints on glass, a quiet bruise that never fades with time. I try to stitch the silence back into my life, but every thread keeps pulling me to the past. I hear the echoes of the love you didn't keep, and somewhere in them I lose another piece. You taught me how to break, how to fall with no one left to catch the ache, how to breathe when every breath begins to shake. I didn't learn to leave, but you taught me how to break. Maybe healing starts where all the truth is raw, where I admit you never loved me after all. But even now I feel the fracture when I speak your name, a lesson carved too deep to ever fade. You taught me how to break, but now I'm learning how to turn the pain to grace, how to stand without the pieces you've erased. I didn't learn to stay, and I won't let you teach me how to So here I am, gathering the parts you left behind, finding strength inside the cracks you carved in time. Left the porch light on for you, like I always used to do. Your footsteps never reached my door, but hope kept whispering maybe more. I sat with shadows on the stairs, counting promises still in the air. Every quiet hour felt like truth, saying I was waiting more than you. And I held on even when the night turned cold, still believing in stories we never told. Now there are tears on the welcome mat, where your smile used to land when you came back. Every drop of memory we couldn't save, Your coffee cup is by the sink, still holding echoes of the way you'd think. I kept your sweater on the chair, like you'd walk in and still be there. Love used to bloom in simple things, now it feels like winter in the spring. I sweep the floor but somehow fall into pieces that still miss your call. And I'm learning how to breathe without your name, even though the air will never be the same. Now there are tears on the welcome mat, where your smile used to land when you came back. Every drop of memory we couldn't save, every trace of path you never stayed. You left silence where your heartbeat said. Now the only thing returning is the past, and I'm standing here with tears on the welcome mat, trying to accept that you're not coming back. Maybe love was meant to fade slowly, maybe letting go is something we grow. But I still wait for footsteps that won't come, and blame the dawn for rising like it was. Now there are tears on the welcome mat, and I'm learning to live with the ache of that. Every heartbeat still wants to believe, but your goodbye never learned to leave. You left shadows where your laughter said. Now I'm holding what's left of what we had, still standing here with tears on the welcome mat, finally whispering that you're not coming back. The porch light dims, but my heart still gets you. I still remember the way you called in quiet moments, no reason at all. You held my heart like something true, before the silence started growing through. And I replay the spaces where you slipped, every minute losing one more grip. These are the hours you forgot, the ones where I loved you more than I thought. Every sunrise you let fade, every memory let slip away. You walked out without a second glance, left me standing in the aftermath. These are the hours you forgot, but they're all I got. Your shadow lingers on empty chairs, your laughter echoes like unanswered prayers. I trace the moments we almost kept, but promises crumble where your silence left. And I'm holding pieces you left seconds you let fall, even if you don't remember them at all. These are the hours you forgot, but to me they're the pieces of what we were not. Every heartbeat I tried to save now just echoes through an empty space. You walked out without looking back, left me learning how to fill the cracks. These are the hours you forgot, and they're all I've got. I hold the minutes you left unfinished. You walked in like a summer breeze, soft and warm you unfolded me. I didn't know what falling meant till you wrote when my heartbeat said. But even in your smile I saw a trace of something holding back you couldn't face. We were almost meant to stay, almost found it forever in the way. Your hands fit perfectly in mine, like stars aligning out of time, but almost isn't close enough to keep a breaking heart in love. We were almost meant to stay, but almost slipped away. Your voice still lingers in my mind, a fading note I can't rewind. We built a world of maybe soon, but promises collapse too soon. I try to hold the pieces of your fear, but you kept walking, even standing here. We were almost meant to stay, almost found it forever in the way. Your hand fit perfectly in mine, like stars aligning out of time, but almost isn't close enough to keep a breaking heart in love. silence fades into the night. Your eyes once met mine halfway home. Now they wander like they're on their own. I try to reach you, but the air just shakes. Like silence knows the sound we never made. It's the quiet between our words, where all the hurt begins to grow. The things we never said are the ones that echo loudest now. You're standing right beside me, but you feel a world away. In the quiet between our words, we slowly lost our way. Coffee cools between untouched hands. We smile like strangers trying to pretend. I hear the distance in your soft I'm fine. A fading truth buried in your sighs. We keep pretending nothing's out of place, but silence draws a line we cannot trace. It's the quiet between our words, where all the hurt begins to grow. The things we never said are the ones that echo loudest now. You're standing right beside me, but you feel a world away. In the quiet between our words, we slowly lost our way. If love is slipping through the spaces, tell me how we ever save this. Are we too far to speak the truth, or are we scared of what we'll lose? It's the quiet between our words, the place where we forgot to stay. If only we had spoken, maybe love wouldn't slip away. You're here, but I can't reach you, no matter how I pray. In the quiet between our words, we whispered our last goodbye that day. And now the silence is all we have left to say. Trace the places where you used to stand. Your shadows linger on my trembling hands. You used to speak in quiet, honest tones. Now every word feels like it's made of stone. The space you left keeps growing every night. A quiet ache that never fits quite right. I reach for you across the face. There's a distance between our hearts that I can't cross, no matter how I try. Every step just pulls us further, every truth becomes another lie. I'm reaching out with broken fingers, but the hurt keeps tearing us apart. No matter how close we stand, I can't find you through the distance between our hearts. I replay moments like a fragile song, wondering which note we played wrong. Your laughter used to echo next to mine. Now it feels distant, lost in time. I hold the memories like they're glass, afraid they'll shatter if I breathe too fast. You're here but somehow not the same, a stranger wearing your old name. And I'm still hoping for a sign that there's a way to realign. But love can't bloom when hearts retreat, and ours forgot how to meet. There's a distance between our hearts that I can't cross, no matter how I try. Every step just pulls us further, every truth becomes another lie. I'm reaching out with broken fingers, but the hurt keeps tearing us apart. No matter how close we stand, I can't find you through the distance between our hearts. Maybe we lost us somewhere quiet, in the pauses we could never heal. Maybe love isn't gone, just tired, too faint to trust, too torn to feel. If goodbye is the path we're taking, let it be soft, let it be real. But no, I loved you with everything, more than I could ever reveal. Still there's distance between our hearts, a widening space we can't deny. I whisper love into the silence, but it fades before it reaches your side. I'm holding on, no, it's breaking, but truth is pulling us apart. I'll let you go with trembling hands and set us free from the distance between our hearts. One day I'll walk without this weight and breathe a world that doesn't ache. But tonight I'm learning how to part with the distance between our hearts. I feel the quiet trembling in my hand, like every beat still understands. You were the rhythm I leaned on, a soft heartbeat that's not I try to steady what you left undone, but every breath reminds me you were the one. 'Cause I still feel your name on my pulse, running wild beneath my bones. Every echo of the love we lost still moves through me like a ghost. I wish I could let it go, but I feel your name on my pulse. I trace the memories like faded lines, a quiet warmth I failed to hide. You were the fire beneath my skin, a fragile truth I kept within. And I keep trying to outrun the past, but your heartbeat lingers, beating fast. 'Cause I still feel your name on my pulse, running wild beneath my bones. Every echo of the love we lost still moves through me like a ghost. I wish I could let it go, but I feel your name on my pulse. Maybe love was meant to stay in the spaces words can't say. Even if you're gone from me, your rhythm still lives quietly. 'Cause I still feel your name on my pulse, and it hurts, but it's all I know. Every moment that we couldn't save still rushes through me like a wave. Maybe someday it won't show, but tonight your name still beats on my pulse. One day this heartbeat will be mine again, but tonight it still remembers when. I hear your footsteps in the hall again, a phantom sound beneath my skin. Your name still lingers in the dark, quiet bruise upon my heart. I'm trying not to fall apart, but your silence keeps pulling me back to the start. 'Cause echoes don't lie, they keep telling me why. All the words you left behind still cut like they were never mine. Every whisper, every sigh, echoes don't lie. They keep breaking me each time. faces breathe your trace. A haunting warmth I can't replace. I hold the truth with trembling hands, hoping it turns to light again. But the past keeps calling out your name, and I'm the one still burning in the flame. 'Cause echoes don't lie, they keep telling me why. All the words you left behind still cut like they were never mine. Every whisper, every sigh, echoes don't lie. They keep breaking me each time. Maybe love was meant to fade slow, like fading stars in the afterglow. But the quiet hurts the most when your memories turn to gas. And echoes don't lie. Now I finally know why. Every promise, every cry was the truth we tried to hide. But I'm learning to say goodbye even when echoes don't lie. Tonight I'll breathe without your sigh, and let the echoes settle down. I kept your sweater on the chair, like you'd walk in and still be there. Your shadow lingers on my skin, a quiet ache I'm living. I replay words you never meant, trying to heal with what was left. After the last I love you, the world stopped holding its truth. Every heartbeat fell out of tune. Since I'm learning life without you, after the last I love you, I'm standing in the pieces you withdrew. Your laughter haunts the empty rooms, soft echoes wrapped in fading bloom. I trace the spaces where you stood. If letting go was easy, I still could. But memories spill like summer rain, touching the parts I can't explain. After the last I love you, the world stopped holding its truth. Every heartbeat fell out of tune. Since I'm learning life without you, after the last After the last I love you, I'm breathing in a sky so blue, knowing time won't erase what's true, but I'm finding strength you never knew. After the last I love you, I'm learning how to live beyond you. One day this ache will pass through, but tonight I'm whispering goodbye to you. The night is colder than December as I trace your name on the window's frost. Every echo of our moments feels like something I've already lost. Your sweater's hanging on the chair like it's waiting for you to return, but the silence in this room reminds me some lessons love must let you learn. And I keep trying to forget you, but forgetting never stays, 'cause the air still holds your shadow in the softest, cruelest ways. I'm still breathing your goodbye like it's the only air I know. Every heartbeat sounds like breaking, every memory won't let go. I'm surviving in the spaces where your voice used to collide. Even now I'm still breathing your goodbye. I walk the places we once wandered, but they don't feel the same tonight. Even street lights look exhausted, like they're dimmed without your light. I keep replaying all our endings, searching for a different turn, but the truth is in the ashes of the love I couldn't burn. to open, and the world regains its light. I'll exhale the hurt you gave me and reclaim my fragile sky. The morning breaks without your shadow, just a window filled with gray. Every hue we used to live in slowly drains itself away. I touch the walls we painted softly. They don't feel like they're still mine, 'cause the world you once lit up for me lost its glow the day you said goodbye. I keep searching through the quiet for the warmth you used to show, but the colors that you carried faded faster than I know. You left me in colorless skies where the sun never rises the same, and I'm walking through memories like a ghost calling your name. Every dream we held together has turned to shadows in my mind. You left me in colorless skies, and I'm learning how to find my light. I replay the night you left me. Rain was dripping down your hair. Every drop felt like a warning of a world beyond repair. Now the seasons blur around me. Nothing blooms the way it should. Even spring feels like an echo of a love misunderstood. I keep reaching for a reason why your heart let go of mine, but the answers you abandoned left me stranded in this time. You left me in colorless skies where the sun never rises the same, and I'm walking through memories like a ghost calling your name. Every dream we held together has turned to shadows in my mind. You left me in colorless skies, and I'm learning how to find my light. But someday I'll paint new mornings in the shade you couldn't stay, and I'll learn to breathe in colors that weren't meant for you to take away. Though you left me in colorless skies, I'll rebuild all the hues that I lost, and I'll walk through the ashes, knowing heartbreak has its cost. Every tear became a pilot for the strength I've yet to find. You left me in colorless skies, but the dawn is finally mine. And the gray turns into daylight when I close the door on you. I'll paint skies that feel like breathing in a brighter, gentler hue. stars in a midnight sky burned too bright and said goodbye. Every promise still echoes loud in the silence we allow. You said love would never fade, but we both watched it slip away. I'm falling through forever, can't find the ground beneath my tears. Your shadow pulls me closer, even when you disappear. I'm reaching for the never, where your voice still whispers love. I'm falling through forever, but I can't let you go. Your sweater's still on my chair, the scent of you still lingers there. Every step I lose my place, haunted by your empty face. Every heartbeat calls your name. starts when I see you. Jingle, jingle, light the way. Hear the bells begin to sway. Snow is dancing on the street. Feel the rhythm, feel the beat. Jingle softly, jingle bright. Love is ringing through the night. Every echo, every tune leads me right back home to you. All the dreams I kept inside shine like angels at Christmas tide. If I could wish on falling snow, I'd wish you never let me go. Christmas starts when I see you. Midnight sky turns crystal blue. You're the spark that lights my tree. You're the song inside of me. Hold my heart and make it new. Christmas starts when I see you. Stay with me all winter long. You're my gift, my perfect song. Every Christmas, every year. You're the joy I want right here. Heard the quiet in your voice first, like a held back winter rain. You spoke to me in softer echoes, as if love was slipping from its frame. Stop reaching for my fingers. Stop turning when I call. And every little pause between us felt louder than the fall. Tried to fill the fading space, but your silence took its place. When you stopped saying my name, the world around me didn't sound the same. Every syllable you never spoke turned into promises you broke. I felt the ending in your breath long before you ever left. And that's when everything changed. When you stopped saying my name. I still replay the early mornings, coffee steam and tangled sheets. Your laughter used to warm the room. Now it's just a ghost that repeats. I learned to read the empty moments, the ones you thought I'd never trace. But love leaves clues in quiet places, and truth shows up in your face. You drifted further every night till I lost you to the fading light. When you stopped saying my name, the world around me didn't sound the same. Every syllable you never spoke turned into promises you broke. I felt the ending in your breath long before you ever left. And that's when everything changed. When you stopped saying stop saying my name. I finally learned we weren't the same. Every silence you left behind cut deeper than our last goodbye. I kept the pieces you let fall, but you don't need them now at all. So I whisper what you never claimed. Goodbye to you, and to the girl you once named. Your silence lingers, but I'm learning not to answer anymore. I still catch you in the corners of the rooms you never loved. Every shadow feels familiar, like it's you I'm dreaming of. I walk slow, afraid to follow footsteps that don't quite exist, but the air remembers softly every moment that I miss. I know you're gone, but somehow your kindness lingers in the air, and I'm holding on to echoes of a love that isn't there. 'Cause the ghost that wears your smile still visits me once in a while, takes me back to every promise I believed for far too long. And the ghost that wears your smile makes the lonely feel worthwhile. Even though you're gone forever, your goodbye still lingers on. Your laughter haunts the hallways like a light I can't turn on. And the nights feel like a movie where I'm stuck inside the loss. I reach out, but only silence answers when I say your name. Still your memory keeps knocking like it wants to stay the same. I know healing isn't pretty, and the truth cuts like a flame, but the hurt feels less like hurting when I see your smile again. 'Cause the ghost that wears your smile still visits me once in a while, takes me back to every promise I believed for far too long. And the ghost that wears your smile makes the lonely feel worthwhile. Even though you're gone forever, your goodbye still lingers on. Maybe loving you was learning how to lose and still survive, how to live with all the memories that refuse to say goodbye. And the ghost that wears your smile stays with me for just a while, holding pieces of a story I can never rewrite new. And the ghost that wears your smile makes the darkness feel gentle, is the closest thing to you. Kept the light on by the doorway, pretending you might walk back in. Your sweater still lies on the armchair, like it's waiting for your skin. I memorize the quiet evenings where your laughter used to be. Now the silence feels like oceans crashing right in front of me. Every dream I had of us fades the moment I wake up. Good night, my almost, the love I held but never owned. You were a promise near my hand, but slipped away like blowing sand. I wish the stars could rewrite time, but some goodbyes don't leave a sign. So here's my whisper to the dark. Good night, my almost heart. I still replay the near beginnings, all the things we almost said. We danced so close to something real, but stopped right at the edge. I traced the outlines of your shadow on the life we never made. It hurts to know the sweetest parts were the ones that never stayed. I reach for you in empty space, still searching for your fading trace. Good night, my almost, the love I held but never owned. You were a promise near my hand, but slipped away like blowing sand. I wish the stars could rewrite time, but some goodbyes don't leave a sign. So here's my whisper to the dark. Good night, my almost heart. Maybe in another lifetime we'd make it past the uncertain lies, but in this one I'll close the door on what was nearly evermore. Good night, my almost, I'm learning how to let you go, even though a part of me still waits where your light used to glow. If someday we meet again, I'll smile at what we couldn't begin, but tonight I'll set you free at last. Good night, my almost. Good night to what we never had. And in the quiet of the night, I finally tell you goodbye. wiped away the photographs, but your smile still finds my eyes. I changed the sheets, moved all the frames, but your ghost keeps passing by. I tell my friends I'm doing fine, they believe what I pretend, but the truth is every heartbeat still whispers your name again. I try to stand on my own 2 feet, but one still walks where you used to be. 'Cause half of me is still yours, even after all the closing doors. I'm learning how to breathe alone, but my soul still calls you home. I keep saying I've moved on, but the echo proves me wrong. No matter what I'm fighting for, half of me still yours. I wear the coat you never liked just to feel a little brave, but the quiet hits me hardest in the spaces you once saved. I try to paint a brand new life, but the colors turn to blue. Every shade I try to choose still somehow leads back to you. I've tried replacing all the pain, but the missing piece remains your name. 'Cause half of me is still yours, even after all the closing doors. I'm learning how to breathe alone, but my soul still calls you home. I keep saying I've moved on, but the echo proves me wrong. No matter what I'm fighting for, half of me still yours. Maybe someday I'll forget where your shadow used to fall, but tonight I trace the memories like they're written on my wall. 'Cause half of me is still yours, even when my heart is tired and torn. I try to lose the way it feels, but some wounds never learn to heal. If tomorrow finds me strong, I'll remember all along. No matter what I'm reaching for, half of me still yours. And until I finally close that door, half of me still yours. You said goodbye like it meant nothing, but the silence cut so deep. I tried to smile through the breaking, pretending I could sleep. The clock kept whispering midnight as I replayed your last words slow. You left without a reason, and I'm still learning to let go. If love could echo past the pain, would you call my name again? If tomorrow never hurt us, would our voices fade in vain? Would the stars forget the story that our hearts once tried to say? If forever or erase what once was mine. If tomorrow turns to shadows and the dawn forgot your name too, I'd still be waiting in the dark, still calling out for you. So if tomorrow never heard of, I'd still believe it new. Left your name in every room. Your laughter haunts the afternoon. I reach for air, but all I find are echoes of the things we left behind. The walls still hum our favorite song, but it's been quiet for too long, and I don't know how to move on. There's an empty space where my heart once was. You took the light, left only dust. Every dream still whispers us in the silence after love. I still search the dark because that's where my heart once was. The clock still ticks, but time feels wrong. Each minute drags the night too long. Your ghost sits where the sunlight fades, and I keep talking to your shade. I'm learning how to breathe again, but every breath still tastes like then, like losing you all over again. There's an empty space where my heart once was. You took the light, left only dust. Every dream still whispers us in the silence after love. I still search the dark because that's where my heart once was. If healing means forgetting you, then I'd rather live with every bruise. 'Cause missing you is what feels true, and I don't know who I'd be without you. There's an empty space where my heart once was. You took the light, left only dust. And though the world keeps turning fast, my love for you still holds me back. Forever lives inside the past. once was. I still go back to where my heart once was. I see your face in the city lights. A shadow flickers in the night. Every corner whispers your name, but nothing feels the same. You're everywhere I used to be, and every breath that won't set me free. I'm chasing your ghost through the rain and the dark, through every echo that haunts my heart. You're gone, but you still remain a sweet ache I can't explain. I'm chasing your ghost, I can't let go. You fade, but you never go. Your laughter hides in the radio. I turn it down, but it still flows. The bed's too big, the night's too long. I keep replaying where we went wrong. Every dream's a rerun of you, and I don't know what else to do. I'm chasing your ghost through the rain and the dark, through every echo that haunts my heart. You're gone, but you still remain a sweet ache I can't explain. I'm chasing your ghost, I can't let go. You fade, but you never go. Maybe love is just a haunting song that lingers even when it's gone. I try to move, but every road leads back to what I can't let go. I'm chasing your ghost in the soft moonlight, through every silence of the night. You're gone, but your touch still burns a lesson my heart never learns. I'm chasing your ghost forever slow. You fade, but you never go. And when I finally stop to rest, your ghost still sleeps within my chest. You turned away before the dawn. The room still breathed when you were gone. Your coat still hangs, the clock still hums, but nothing sounds like when love becomes numb. I tried to speak, but my voice was air. You left your silence everywhere. It was a silent goodbye, no tears, no fight, just the fading glow of our last night. You walked away, the world stood still, and I'm here learning how to feel. No promises to break or try, just your silent goodbye. The coffee's cold, your chair still turned, the candle flickers, memories burn. I read our text till morning came. Every word now feels the same. You didn't need to say a word. Your quiet heart was all I heard. It was a silent goodbye, no tears, no fight, just the fading glow of our last night. You walked away, the world stood still, and I'm here learning how to feel. No promises to break or try, just your silent goodbye. I used to dream we'd grow old in grace. Now I just erase the empty space. Love didn't scream, it softly died between your breath and my reply. It was a silent goodbye, soft as the rain, a gentle loss, a quiet pain. You slipped away with no farewell and left a silence I know too well. I whisper stay, but you pass me by with your silent goodbye. And in that hush, I realize some endings never mean kept the letters you never sent, read between lines that were never meant. You left a ghost where your touch should be, but I still love the memory. Every promise fell like rain, still tracing your name in the dark. You took my world, tore it apart, yet I'm still loving you from afar. So here I stand with nothing to show except a heart that won't let go. Empty hands, that's all I know. You painted love in shades of blue. Every promise felt so true. Now the canvas fades to gray as your footsteps walk away. I trace the lines where we once met. Your shadow lingers a silhouette of every word we can't forget. What's the color of goodbye? Is it the tear that never dries? Is it silver rain beneath the sky, or the red that fades from your eyes? If love was every hue we tried, then goodbye's the one we can't describe. The morning light feels bittersweet. Your ghost still hums our melody. Every memory paints me still in tones my heart can't help but feel. I reach for warmth that isn't there. The air still smells of your despair, and I keep breathing what we shared. What's the color of goodbye? Is it the tear that never dries? Is it silver rain beneath the sky, or the red that fades from your eyes? If love was every hue we tried, then goodbye's the one we can't describe. Maybe it's black where hope once shone, white where pain is overgrown. Maybe it's just the shade unknown, the one you left when you were gone. What's the color of goodbye? It's the sunset in your eyes. It's the blue that hides inside when forever softly dies. If love was painted in our size, then goodbye's the shade that never lies. And I still see it in the sky. The color of goodbye. jacket's gone, your scent's grown old. I keep pretending you walk through that door, but the echo's all that answers me anymore. You said love would never fade, but even stars forget the promises they made. And I'm still lost where you used to stay. You don't call me home anymore. You don't say my name like before. All the warmth that used to fill this place has turned to shadows I can't erase. You don't call me home anymore, and I'm still standing by that open door. I hear your voice in the late night rain, whispering comfort through the pain. But it's just my mind replaying scenes of what we were, not what it means. Your silence screams louder now than any fight we had somehow. And I still hope you turn around. You don't call me home anymore. You don't say my name like before. All the warmth that used to fill this place has turned to shadows I can't erase. You don't call me home anymore, and I'm still standing by that open door. Maybe love has its own goodbye, the kind you never see. Just feel inside. I built my world on your return. Now I watch it quietly You don't call me home anymore, but I still keep your key by the drawer. Every corner whispers what we lost. Every heartbeat counts the cost. You don't call me home anymore, but I'll still love you forevermore. If someday you find your way to where my heart still stays, you'll know I never moved away. I typed a message, held my breath, Watch the three dots fade to death. Your silence spoke like shattered glass, a quiet ending I couldn't surpass. You used to answer like the sun. Now every word feels overrun. You left me on red, no words to mend, a ghost in the glow of what we said. Our story froze inside the thread. You walked away, and I'm left on red. Every beat of my heart still tries, but you're gone between the lines. Scrolling through what used to be, your laughter saved in memory. I see your name, I see my pain, replaying goodbyes again and again. You were my morning, now you're gone, and I'm still checking what went wrong. You left me on red, no words to mend, a ghost in the glow of what we said. Our story froze inside the thread. You walked away, and I'm left on red. Every beat of my heart still tries, but you're gone between the lines. I could delete, but I still scroll, pretending silence makes me whole. Your absence hums like static air. I talk to a screen, but you're not there. You left me on red, like I'm unseen, between the truth and what love means. Your name still lights my broken phone, but I'm replying to myself alone. You said nothing, but it said it all. Left on red, I took the fall. Maybe one day I'll stop checking blue, but tonight I'm still waiting for seeing from you. You said the stars were ours to keep. We built our dreams before we'd sleep. In every word I heard your vow, but time has a way of breaking somehow. I still see your face in every flame, whispering my half of your name. We were almost forever, almost something that time couldn't sever. We held the sun Your touch still lingers between the lines. I close my eyes and count to 10, but you're not coming back again. Every echo still sounds like you, a promise gone before it grew. We were almost forever, almost something that time couldn't sever. We held the sun but lost the light. Loved so wrong, it felt so right. We were almost forever, but almost doesn't last forever. Maybe we were just too young to know how fragile love can come and go. We touched the edge of something true, but the edge was sharp and it cut us through. We were almost forever, almost more than hearts could measure. Now I'm standing in the afterglow. Everything we'll never know. We were almost forever, but forever said no. I still wear your memory like a scar. Almost forever is what we You walked away without a sound. Left your coffee cup, your ghost around. I tried to breathe, but every breath still tastes like the night you left. Your absence learned to wear my name. The silence never felt the same. It's the way you forgot me, like I was there, like the wind that brushed through your hair. No goodbye, no second glance, just the echo of a broken chance. You moved on like it was easy to be, but I'm still lost in the way you've forgotten me. The photos fade, but I still stare. Your shadow's gone, yet it lingers there. I trace your smile in the midnight rain, whispering words you'll never say again. You vanished soft like morning's hue, and left me chasing pieces of you. It's the way you forget. Spreading his peace, I'm still at war, waiting for footsteps that come no more. I typed a message, held my breath, watched the three dots fade to death. Your silence spoke like shattered glass, a quiet ending I couldn't surpass. You used to answer like the sun. Now every word feels overrun. You left me on red, no words to mend, a ghost in the glow of what we said. Our story froze inside the thread. You walked away, and I'm left on red. Every beat of my heart still tries, but you're gone between the lines. Scrolling through what used to be, your laughter saved in memory. I see your name, I see my pain, replaying goodbyes again and again. You were my morning, now you're gone, and I'm still checking what went wrong. You left me on red, no words to mend, a ghost in the glow of what we said. Our story froze inside the thread. You walked away, and I'm left on red. Every beat of my heart still tries, but you're gone between the lines. I could delete, but I still scroll, pretending silence makes me whole. Your absence hums like static air. I talk to a screen, but you're not there. You left me on red, like I'm unseen, between the truth and what love means. Your name still lights my broken phone, but I'm replying to myself alone. You said nothing, but it said it all. Left unread, I took the fall. Maybe one day I'll stop checking blue, but tonight I'm still waiting for a scene from you. Still hear the echo of your voice through the cracks of what we lost by choice. The vinyl skips on our last refrain, a melody wrapped in quiet pain. I reach for those haunted by the words we didn't say. This is our song in ruins, where loved ones danced in tune. Now silence hums the truth we knew too soon. The rhythm's gone, but I'm still bruising from our song in ruins. Your jacket's still hanging by the door, like a ghost that doesn't live here anymore. Every memory burns like firelight, flickering slow, then gone in the night. I hum the lines, they break apart like shattered glass inside my heart. This is our song in ruins, where loved ones danced in tune. Now silence hums the truth we knew too soon. The rhythm's gone, but I'm still bruising from our song in ruins. Once we were thunder, once we were gold. Now I'm the ashes of stories untold. The chorus fades, but I can't rewind. A broken record stuck in time. This is our song in ruins, but I still hear your tune between the cracks of dark and blue. It plays the ghost of me and you. No healing comes, just echoes through. Our song in ruins. The music ends, the lights grow dim, but I still whisper where you've been. I still your laughter in the rain, fading echoes, soft but never fade. Every picture I try to hide away still breathes your name in quiet praise. I thought healing meant forgetting you, but every scar remembers too. 'Cause love was never meant to last forever, and I'm learning slow to face the truth. Your shadow lingers in my empty room, like a ghost that hums our favorite tune. I paint my smile with trembling hands, pretending I still understand. They say time will make it right, but I'm still dancing with the night. 'Cause love was never meant to last forever, and I'm learning slow to face the truth. It's a masterpiece of pain and surrender, the art of letting go of you. Maybe one day I'll breathe again and call your name without the pain. But for now, my heart's a broken frame where your light still softly remain. 'Cause love was never meant to last forever, and I'm learning slow to face the truth. Every tear paints one more letter in the art of letting go of you. Brushstrokes fade, but love still shows in the quiet art of letting you go. I tried the places we used to go, different faces, but they don't glow. Every laugh feels borrowed, not true. 'Cause nothing feels like you. Time moves on, or so they say, but my heart stayed where you walked away. Nothing feels like you. No morning light, no ocean blue. I've searched the world, but all I find are echoes you left behind. Every touch, every view, nothing feels like you. The songs we played still haunt the night. I hum your name in fading light. They say new love can start anew, but mine's still frozen, shaped like you. Every road just leads me back to the love I'll never have. Nothing feels like you. something new. I try to heal, I try to mend, but your ghost won't let it end. Every heartbeat, every hue, nothing feels like you. Maybe someday I'll find my way, but not today, not today. We stood there under silver skies. Words were falling, but not our eyes. The storm began, we didn't run. Two hearts fading into one. You said maybe love just breaks this way, but the thunder stole your voice away. Now there's rain between us, every drop of memory lost. You reach for me, I turn to dust. Our forever couldn't cross under clouds. Our dreams got drowned in the echoes. Love can't be found. Now there's rain between us, and it still falls down. Your jacket still smells like the night where we kissed beneath the dying light. You said someday, but someday lied, and left me here where tears collide. The streetlights blurred, reflections grew, and all I saw was me and you. Now there's rain between us, every drop of memory lost. You reach for me, I turn to dust. Our forever couldn't cross under clouds. Our dreams got drowned in the echoes. Love can't be found. Now there's rain between us, and it still falls down. If I walk through it, would you be there, or just a shadow in the air? The rain remembers what we've done, but washes out what we've become. Now there's rain between us, cold as truth, soft as trust. I see your face in every stream, but it's only part of someone's dream. And even if the sky turns blue, the rain still falls for me and you. Drifting slow, the storm has gone, but the rain between us lingers on. Your voice was low. You said some things I'll never know. The TV flickered, shadows played. Love was slipping, but I stayed. Your hand felt warm, but not the same. A love that's fading can't be tamed. Before the lights went out, we were everything, no doubt. You kissed me slow, I held on tight, pretending wrong could still be right. And though the dark erased your face, my heart still glows in that last place. Before the lights went out. The clock kept ticking, the air stood still. You said goodbye without the will. Our laughter ghosted through the hall. Now silence answers every call. I tried to speak but lost my breath. You smiled like love had met its death. Before the lights went out, we were everything, no doubt. You kissed me slow, I held on tight, pretending wrong could still be right. And though the dark erased your face, my heart still glows in that last place. Before the lights went out. If I could turn that night around, I'd stop the stars from falling down. One more second, one more sound. Before love drowned, before we drowned. Before the lights went out, I saw forever in your mouth. You whispered always, I believe, then turned away and left me grieve. The night took all we dreamed about. Before the lights went out. Now every dawn feels like that night, half in shadow, half in light. I thought forever meant something real, but forever broke the night you disappeared. You said it's not you, it's just time, but your eyes were already saying goodbye. I held the pieces, trying to stay, but love was slipping fast away. I was shattered in your arms, falling slowly, torn apart. You were holding me again. Every word you said still bleeds, a wound that memory feeds. You smile like nothing slipped away, while I was begging love to stay. I was shattered in your arms, falling slowly, torn apart. You were holding me so tight, but your heart was out of sight. In your warmth I froze instead, alive outside but inside dead. You broke me gently, left your scars. I was shattered in yours. How can comfort hurt this much? Your touch was love and just a touch. I'd break again to feel it right. One last fall into the night. I was shattered in your arms, a fragile truth disguised as calm. You said you'd love me endlessly, but forever wasn't meant for me. Still I choose that breaking part, to be shattered in your arms. Now the echoes softly start. I'm still shattered in your arms. We sat in silence, hearts afraid to breathe. Your eyes said everything you wouldn't speak. The room was small, but the space was wide. Between your heartbeat and mine that night, every word we swallowed turned to pain. Every pause became a quiet rain. What we never said still haunts the air, like ghosts that linger, always there. We've broken whispers, not in fights. Our truth got lost between goodbyes. And I still dream, I still regret all that we never said. The echo of your footsteps fades too slow, but in my chest your shadow grows. I keep replaying the things we missed, the love unspoken, the goodbye kiss. You turned away, I stayed instead, to hold the weight of words unsaid. What we never said still burns the air, like gold. mental ache of what we never said. I kept your letters in the drawer, untouched but never gone. Every word still breathes inside the silence, and you moved on. I thought the seasons changed too fast, but maybe it was me, still tracing every shadow where your light used to be. And I tried to find the strength to start again, but love like ours won't listen to the end. I loved you longer than the sun could chase the rain, but I loved you longer. The clock keeps spinning through the night, pretending I'm okay, but time's a cruel reminder of the things we couldn't say. I wear your memory like perfume that never leaves my skin, a quiet kind of heartbreak I keep folding deep within. I still reach for ghosts I can't contain. In dreams I find you once again. I loved you longer than the sun could chase the rain, longer than the echoes of laughter haunts the open road, like ghosts in the songs we wrote. Every mile pulls you away, but my heart still wants to stay. I see your smile in silver hue, a shadow fading from my view. Kisses in the rear view, falling like the morning dew. All the love we couldn't keep still wakes me when I try to sleep. Memories in shades of blue, reflections whisper, I loved you. I'm driving on, but still I see your kisses in the review, haunting me. The city fades, the sky turns white, but you're still sitting by my side. The wind repeats your last goodbye as I learn to let this feeling die. I thought distance could erase the echo of your warm embrace, but every tear knows what's true. I'm still chasing after you. Kisses in the rear view, falling like the morning dew. All the love we couldn't keep still wakes me when I try to sleep. Memories in shades of blue, reflections whisper, I loved you. I'm driving on, but still I see your kisses in the rearview, haunting me. Maybe love's not meant to stay, it only teaches hearts to break. But even when the road turns new, the wind still sings of me and you. Kisses in the rear view, soft and distant, fading through. Every dream turns bittersweet, every mile beneath my feet. I'll keep the light, I'll let you go, but your goodbye still feels like home. No matter what I drive into, there'll be kisses in the rearview. And when the night begins to fall, I'll see your face behind it all. Just me, the stars, the endless blue, and kisses in the review. Your door closed soft, but it felt loud. Your footsteps fading through the crowd. Every echo filled the air with words we lost but couldn't repair. Now silence has a different tune. It hums your name beneath the moon, and in the quiet I still hear the sound of you disappearing near. It's the sound of leaving, breaking hearts without a word. The sound of breathing, here in my bed. I trace your shadow on the floor where love walked out that final door. The night plays back your melody of what we were, of what can be. I try to rest, but dreams still spin with echoes deep beneath my skin. It's a sound of leaving, breaking hearts without a word. The sound of breathing when goodbye is all that's heard. Every heartbeat calls your name, but nothing's ever quite the same. I'm still listening, still believing in the sound of leaving. Maybe love was meant to fade like songs the morning light betrayed. But even silence feels alive with the sound of when you said goodbye. It's the sound of leaving, like the wind through shattered glass. The sound of grieving for the love that couldn't last. Every tear becomes a chord of a song we can't afford. I'm still breaking, still repeating the sound of leaving. And when the night begins to fall, I swear I hear it through it all. The sound of leaving, still calling from the heart. We built a world on whispered lies, a fragile dream beneath the skies. Your words were stars I held too tight till they burned out in the night. Now I'm standing in the rain where forever lost its name. Every tear just understands this is our broken promised land. In this broken promised land, I'm holding ashes in my hands. Every vow we swore so true now drifts away like morning dew. Loved ones carved in golden sand now fades where I still stand. I'm lost, I can't pretend. In this broken promised land, the echoes fall where laughter stays. Our footprints gone, the light decayed. You said the sun would never die, but it's cold beneath your sky. I still wear you yesterday, though it slowly fades away. Every scar still understands I'm trapped in broken promised land. In this broken promised land, I'm holding ashes in my hands. just something time could never heal. But I'd rather hurt than never feel what we had before it fell. In this broken promised land, your voice still haunts like violin. Every note a ghostly strand pulls me where it all began. Though I know I can't withstand, I'll keep your heart in my hand. Forever lost, but still I stand. In this broken promised land, when the wind forgets your name, I'll still whisper it the same. In this broken promised land. The night remembers every word, every whisper that we stirred. The moon still hides our secret place, where time can't wash your trace. Every breath still feels like you. Every dream pulls me through. The sky still holds our glory, till the stars forget our story. Till the stars forget our story, I'll be holding on to you. Even if the night grows lonely, my heart won't fade. It's you. The universe may turn to dust, but I'll still keep your trust. Till the stars forget our story, I'll remember what till the heavens lose their view. Even if the night turns glory, I'll be reaching out for you. Let the ages come and pass. Love like ours was built to last till the stars forget our story. I'll be dreaming it with you. When the firelight grows dim, you'll still live beneath my skin till the stars forget our story. I'll remember you within. I still feel your breath in the dawn, like a ghost that never moved on. The mirror shows your trace on me, a love that time can't set free. Every touch became a scar. Every word felt like a star. You're gone, but I still be soft and dim. Still I breathe your shadow. Clock keeps whispering your name in the dark when nothing's changed. I trace your words on empty sheets where your heartbeat used to meet. I've tried to let the silence heal, but quiet only makes it real. Every breath becomes a prayer for the ghost that isn't there. I'm still waiting in the quiet for the echo of your heart. inside my brain. The coffee's cold, but I still pour two. Old habits stay when love was true. The day begins, but I stand still, haunted by what the sunrise can't heal. Every dawn brings back your name. Even the light still plays our game. The sun remembered you in every shade of golden hue. It kissed the world the way you do, soft and warm but gone too soon. The sky still paints your gentle view, because the sun remembered you. I walk the streets we used to roam. Each corner whispers, you're not alone. The breeze still hums your favorite song. The day feels right, but something's wrong. I see your smile in morning's glow, a memory time won't let go. I try to move, but light betrays. It pulls me back to brighter days. The sun remembered you in every shade of golden. It just hides behind the day, and when the light breaks through the blur, the sun still dreams of you. The sun remembered you, and I remember too. Each ray that breaks my solitude feels like your heart shining through. No matter what the world may do, the sun remembered you. So every dawn I say your name and let the sunlight ease the pain. Though life moves on, one thing is true: the sun remembered you. words were left to make it right. You said goodbye so soft, so slow, and left me with the things I'll never know. I tried to find a way to heal, to teach myself that time could steal the echo of your gentle name, but every beat still sounds the same. I told myself I'd let you go, but some parts just don't learn to grow. My heart never learned to forget you, never learned what letting go could do. It beats your name with every turn. Oh, how it aches, how it burns. My heart never learned to be strong, still plays our song when I'm alone. You left, but deep inside I've known. My heart never learned. The seasons change, but not my soul. keep it beating to the end. We met beneath the fading light, two strangers lost in the quiet night. Your smile felt like a gentle tide, pulling me close where dreams collide. The world stood still just for a while. Our hearts spoke first before our minds. But every spark will fade someday, and every dawn takes a night away. Between hello and goodbye, we lived a lifetime in your eyes. Love was a whisper, love was a fire, burning through time and thin desire. Between the moment we said hi and the silence that said goodbye. Your voice still lingers in my head, a ghost of words we left unsaid. I trace your name in mist and tears, still chasing echoes through the years. You were my reason, my refrain, the sweetest joy, the softest pain. But promises can't stop the rain, and love can't bloom through every chain. Between hello and goodbye, we lived a lifetime in your eyes. Love was a whisper, love was a fire, burning through time and thin desire. Between the moment we said hi and the silence that said goodbye. If time could turn, I'd hold you near, erase the doubts, the quiet fears. But seasons change and hearts must fly between hello and between hello and goodbye, I still see you when I close my eyes. Love was a promise, love was a lie, but you're the reason I still try. Between the moment hearts collide and the shadow where love died. So if we meet again someday, I'll smile and let the past just stay. Between hello and goodbye, you'll always live where my heart lies. doesn't live here anymore. I keep replaying your soft goodbye, the way you couldn't meet my eyes. Was it all just a dream we made? A fragile truth that slowly fades. You left your love between the lines. The last promise still haunts my mind. I'm standing where our hearts collide, still holding on to your last goodbye. Stars don't shine the way they used to. Every light reminds me of you. I try to laugh, but the sound breaks. Echoes falling like heartbreak flakes. I whisper words you'll never hear, but in my chest you still